community, it is also integral to empower them to explore and learn the essential life skills. So, towards this and gaining insights and consolidating the lessons learned from various disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation initiatives in the recent years, National Institute of Disaster Management, in collaboration with Sphere India, organized a free event today on urban risk governance and capacity building in DRR. So, through this free event, we expect to brainstorm on some strategies for enhancing the capacities of cities to adapt vulnerability to hazard and also strengthening the social, economical, and environmental systems that support the urban community. And also further build local resilience by capacitating the volunteers and communities in the country so they are able to identify the risks within their context and able to come up with relevant response strategies. So with that, I welcome all the participants and speakers that are present here and online. For the first keynote address, I would like to invite Shri G.T. Tripathi sir, Chief Executive Officer from Assam State Disaster Management Authority. And I'm also pleased to share that we were also part of the pre-event that was organized in Assam on flood preparedness and response. And we got some really interesting insights and recommendations from that event. And there were some discussions around urban resilience also. And with that, I would like to hand over to G.T. Tripathi, sir, to take this discussion forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Professor Rajen Kumar sir and distinguished panel which is there in the hall, and also those who are joining virtually. A very good morning to all of you, and I'm extremely happy that this national platform for disaster risk reduction event is happening, and this pre-event which is happening under the theme urban risk governance and capacity building. It is very important theme, and why it comes to be a very important theme, it's borne out by 2-3 facts which just came to our notice. In fact, one of the report I read just few days back, which says that India is likely to be the most populous country, not very far in future, but in this year. So in the year 2023, it is expected that India will become the most populous country. And the pace of urbanization with which we all are witnessing across the length and breadth of the country, the more and more number of people are going to live in cities. So city or urban risk governance is very important theme, and I am grateful to the NIDM for putting such a theme for discussion in today's pre-event. So thank you very much for that. Now I'm coming to this context that why the urban planning is very important, because most of the time the cities, if they are not having a good governance structure, they are not ready for the disaster handling. In fact, one such case we faced last year in our Silchar town, which is in Barak Valley of Assam. And suddenly, due to rains on the all sides, and there was a cut in the embankment, suddenly the water came inside the town, and perhaps the town was not ready for that. And for that, we got so many lessons to learn that water remained there for more than 7 days. People had all kind of crisis to face, be it water crisis, be it medical services crisis, be it food crisis, even supplying a bottle of water with the help of helicopter or with the help of drone was a great difficulty in those situations. So I would like to remind myself that whether we can invest little more on the planning and setting up a proper emergency response systems in the cities, in the towns, which we are managing day in and day out. So this is, when it comes to, in fact, the lesson which we learned from Silchar and lessons from other towns when we face, in fact, our Guwahati city itself, faces the flash flood every year. In fact, whenever there will be rain, immediately there will be messages that so many areas have been inundated, so many areas are flooded. So in urban areas, because of the high population density, this situation becomes very, very grim. And that is why there is a very strong need for putting our emergency response systems, and which are resilient, which are totally responsive, fully geared up in cities. And that is possible only if we can incorporate such systems into our regular governance system. So this is one point which we thought is very, very important. The second very important point is that besides this governance systems being in place, the coordination with different agencies. In fact, there are many agencies which are working. So at state level, the coordination becomes easy. But when it goes to the city level or town level or even other level, so then what happens? It is left to the districts most of the time. Not there is a system which is dedicated to the city. So city coordination, the city disaster risk coordination, disaster risk management, those are the issues are also very, very important. So capacity building, coordination, and good quality urban planning, I think holds the key for a good quality urban risk governance model. And that I hope this particular conference will deliberate on many themes, which I'm also looking forward to hear. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to speak in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for shedding light on the macro policy level issues also. Taking the discussion from there, while there are some interventions required at policy level, maybe at central and state level, there's also a possibility, a very strong possibility of incorporating various mainstreaming interventions at the community or grassroots level. So just to take the discussion from a different angle, to take a bottoms-up approach, I would like to invite the next speaker, Ms. Akhila Siddharth, who will be talking about the micro planning aspect of it, where she'll be sharing about the study that DRR did in Bhubaneswar and Jaipur, focusing on resilient wash infrastructure. Over to you, ma'am. The slides.
मेरे को भेजो ना।
Thank you very much. Thank you to Project Sphere and to NIDF for giving us this opportunity not only to present but spend the whole day learning from the, as I said earlier, the best minds in the country. The premise of my presentation, coming on, the premise of my presentation is that this whole theme that we are talking about, urban governance, and the whole capacity for DRR, disaster risk reduction, requires three things. One, the bringing together all the stakeholders, making this entire coordination, not only system, but also all other stakeholders around, from the core to the periphery. All the stakeholders need to be brought together. There has to be a continuum of sectors. Water, sanitation, hygiene, very, very critical. Livelihood, extremely critical. And most critical is empowerment. All programs that are focused on empowerment of marginal communities with women at the center. All of this needs to come together. And needless to say, it has to be based on by placing communities most vulnerable, most affected at the center, because they are like a litmus test for us. If things can work there, it can work anywhere. So that's the premise at which, and the small, very, very meaningful effort we have made, both in Bhubaneswar and Jaipur, with very different ecosystems. Maybe, in some ways, Bhubaneswar is stronger, in some ways, Jaipur is stronger. It doesn't matter as long as you know how to leverage that ecosystem and build some kind of a model or an emerging model for urban governance. If you go to the next slide, and which is something that you probably all of you know, where we are looking at the kind of climate threats and the climate barriers. Next slide. Yeah. Can you make it full? So if you look at the thing which all of you know, when we are looking at climate resilient bond and DRR, we are looking at three kinds of barriers. First of all, your environmental barrier. Next is your institutional barriers. And third is your attitudinal barriers. If you're going to have urban washed governance, then 1/3 of all cities are, sort of concentrated in the poorer settlements, in the informal settlements. They also provide the resources and the leadership at multiple levels. And particularly during crisis, they're the most enduring stakeholder for all of us. So when you look at the environmental barrier in a city like Bhubaneswar, all of you know that it is constantly visited by cyclones. And even the rainfall, there are multiple adverse events, weather events, and they're very, very frightening, especially for people who are living in informal settlements. Very low lying, constant urban flooding is a constant problem. The smallest of provocation and there's urban flooding. Most of the slums there are tenable but unauthorized. So you require a huge amount of both public policy and political will to address these sections. Even when they get addressed, even when policies become supportive, we know that a lot of that has shock value. Some people come, some champions come, do something, and then somebody else walks in and doesn't find it good enough and gets onto something. So communities are, have to seize that opportunity, whatever little they get. And if you intersect this with the social challenges that we face, it could be gender inequality, it could be the persons with disability, they still have to resolve many issues for them. They still don't have a conducive environment to be productive and to be mainstream. And if you look at the entire occupational risk that informal workers face, we are really looking at a huge set of environmental barriers. In the first phase, in terms of the WASH, both the Swachh Bharat mission and Amrit, the first phase was, can we just ensure some universal sanitation? Can we put some toilets around? But because of lack of effective governance, no program can run. Program is what is called a crystallizing, some scale. But that program must be supported by fundamentally a strong governance structure, and a lot of it could not be completed. And now they're on a second phase, a very strong climate resilient WASH phase called SBM 2.0 and Amrit 2.0, where there's going to be a very strong effort to step up infrastructure. So this is a huge responsibility for all of us, and of course an opportunity to make a difference. Linked to this environmental barriers are your institutional barriers. As I said earlier, short duration, short validity programs, very dependent on champions in the system, actually recognizing these problems. And from 2014, we must credit the present government for actually putting urban, WASH and urban, governance at the center. And very important, all of this has very strong, what I call administrative PRs. But when it comes down to the ground, they still get plagued in the urban local bodies. They're plagued by lack of capacity. They're plagued by lack of consensus. They are the processes are not effective in terms of actionability. The resources and evidence particularly is still in process of getting shaped, and the resources also sometimes are not enough, not adequate to meet the scale of the problem. So, and of course, and the most important barrier in the institutional process, third, is the one-way communication. We try very hard to listen to people, but really it's quite one-way. And if you add this to the attitudinal barriers, particularly what poor communities go through, the sanitary worker, we still have we need to, for climate risk, climate change, for disaster risk reduction, we need to have an egalitarian value system. Otherwise, we are finished. And the sanitary worker till date is treated with great stigma. So are, trans persons and other, communities that are leprosy people have just ghettoed into settlements. There's so little, interface with them and so little sort of, attempt to bring them into the mainstream. When you go to the next slide, the same thing gets reflected. You can move to the next slide. Then when you go to the next slide, it gets reflected in a recent FGD that we did, focus group discussion we did as part of an RCDR study. You'll find that a cross-section of, marginalized groups, persons with disability, with leprosy, sanitation workers, street vendors, women-headed households, we find them facing terrible indignity and conditions are sometimes unbearable. And at the core of it looks like it's all about sanitation and civic amenities, but at the core is, lack of governance, lack of inability to bring people together, enthuse them. And when I talk about governance, we are also talking about a strong element of self-governance, self-regulation, self-validation, self-efficacy. Without that, you can't run cities. When you go to the next slide, you'll find that the first thing we did is to address these barriers, are basically to bring together all the stakeholders. We placed the marginal communities at the center. We segmented these marginal communities as persons with disability, elderly, or the most neglected, trans persons or diverse genders, they could be sexual and gender minorities, again, living in some sort of, deep interiors of the city, very little connect with anything except the law enforcement. The only people they come across is police, and rounding them up, something either for begging or for soliciting sex work. So it is this kind of communities that are, completely neglected and disconnected. So that core, then, first work with the proximate local stakeholders. We have a very powerful structure, even in the cities, not as good as the villages, but even reasonably, dynamic. All your frontline workers, all your structures on the ground, your local stakeholders, your local bodies have focal points, have local structures. They have engineers, they have social workers. All of that is there. So to link up with that stakeholder first and together with an understanding with them, not to create us and them, not to polarize the issue, create that basic unity because all of us want good governance, then go to your decision makers and policy makers and create a kind of, shall we say, a city level, process. So that's the first element of governance. Start listening to each other and interacting. When you go to the next slide, when you need what is called an institutional arrangement. Just dim the light and you can read the text, otherwise difficult. You dim the light, then you can read the text. So then we go on to building consensus. Then, and this is also at a city level. This is not a few slums. This is about 68 of the 400 slums, of which these are the most distressed slums. You build what is called an organizational structure. What is that organizational structure? The organizational structure is at the slum level. You build what is called a community management committee that actually is ready to deal with the plethora of issues. These community management committees are then, represented by the elderly, by the trans persons, by the disabled, by women, by single women, even within women. There are some that are very, shall say, challenged socially. You ensure your scheduled caste, your scheduled tribe, even your OBC, ensure that they all have a voice, informal workers, sanitary workers, ensure that this community management committee is the microcosm of that, social grouping. Please don't create a committee that just runs after some water and runs after sanitation, runs after DRR. It must represent the voice, the needs, the anxieties, the expectations of each of these groups. Cities are all about unleashing the best in people. There's enough things to do for all of us, provided there is good, strong leadership. So first you build the community management committees, then you federate them at the ward level. Because it's at the ward level that urban governance needs to be strengthened. We cannot work at a city or a zonal level if your ward levels don't function. The 74th Amendment was in some sense quite visionary when they talked about decentralization and ward level governance, so that you not only have a third tier, you possibly have a fourth and a fifth tier supporting the third tier. So that's the whole, logic. From there, that organizational platform, you give them the entire capacity. Please ensure that capacity is built by the experts in the urban local body. Capacity is not about knowing your rights, but knowing the entire, being able to absorb the entire knowledge of the issue and to reflect that on the ground. Because both sanitation, health, all of these issues have a certain kind of discipline within it. And you have to be cognizant of all the elements within it. So your engineers, all your sort of experts, urban planners came and, trained community representatives. We built very good tools, both communication tools, study tools, all of that was visually produced so that they not only learn, but they also then communicate to others. The minute we did all of this, we ensured that, there's an enabling environment. The community also should not feel that is us with them. It is us bargaining with the rest. They must also feel that many people in the city, many stakeholders of the city are equally concerned, and that together with them, they can make a difference. So build an enabling environment, bring CSOs, bring other, community-based organizations, ensure that, transgenders come and sensitize everybody. We are not different. We are just, in terms of our gender identity, we are different. Everything else, we require the same kind of, equity and opportunities that others have. Leprosy, a lot of misunderstanding. There's no communication. People don't know the plight of other communities. So the entire enabling environment is a two-way process. You learn from experts, the experts learn from the community, and it's been very successful for us. After that, you get into what is called a policy, huge amount of policy in this country, huge amount of program in this country, and the repeated refrain is across all platforms is where is the implementation? Where is the will to make it happen? And that is something we wanted to ensure that we are not, replaying that refrain. We are moving on. And in both Jaipur and in Bhubaneswar, in Odisha and Rajasthan, because of the policy and program environment, they were very receptive to innovations and ideas. If you go to the next slide, the main thing that we used was, what we call micro-planning. And coming back to micro-planning, you can call it a planning. That is a continuum from a program policy, you go to a planning, then you do plan, you execute, you monitor, and then you review. And then you start a fresh cycle of planning. We have been able to use this very effectively in strengthening the entire access to safe, managed water and sanitation in the slums. Of course, the entire Ministry of the Department of Urban Development and Municipal Corporation drove the process. But on the ground, the readiness of the community to actually pick it up, make it their own cause and strengthen it. For instance, if you go to something like, mechanized desludging, emptying the pit, you know that there is huge amount of, shall we say, environmental hazard in the way sludge and septage is being, handled. A lot of the sludge is just being thrown out into the open, thrown out into the nullies, and all kinds of very, so I would say unregulated practices happening. So just to stop all of that, to make everybody come on the same page, you need to be part of a planning process. And every single thing was planned. First, listen to each other, come together in whatever we are doing, build consensus, build a lot of knowledge in the community, let everybody participate, full information, full awareness, full, involvement, do all of that, ensure that the community itself determines what are the kind of needs, get all of that, properly planned, take it to the system, allow the system to come and verify, check, validate, don't hurry up anything. Ensure that you are as much part of the system as the system wants you to be part of it. And then you jointly execute everything. Anything you do must be executed well so that everybody feels a sense of confidence in the dynamics of change. Ensure that all of that is done. And while that was all being done, we devised many innovations in the way communities are. It's all gone digital. We have now got into this whole process 3 major innovations. One, of course, the way data is collected, entirely digital, through the Google format and through other apps. The second thing that we have done is to scale up what is called an IBRS communication service. So whoever is not physically able to come to meetings and to participate physically because of distance or because of their own circumstances are all linked up to the IBRS to a mobile app-based radio and a feedback system. And the feedback system has been connected to the corporation. So by 11 o'clock, all the voices reach the corporation. By 3 o'clock, they're actually looking at turning the problems around to the extent they can. We are all aware of the constraints. And then there is a exchange. And the third most important thing we have done is to set up what is called a dashboard. Right now, it is manual. We can go digital. In that dashboard, which is at the ward level, all the information about the slum, the population, their access to toilet, to waste management, to desludging, to water, to menstrual health and hygiene, all of that is captured in that dashboard. Every week it is updated by our community management committees, and every month it is reviewed. This entire micro-planning cannot be just planning. It must be followed by monitoring, and it must be followed by review. It must be, as you said, sir, the population is very dense, not only growing, but it's also getting very much more complicated. It's very difficult to govern if you don't have systems on the ground. And that's what they did. I'm just completing. Give me 2 minutes. The next slide. Yeah, the next slide. And you go to the next slide, you find that the entire continuum from policy to community preparedness to, ensuring that there are priorities that the community also needs to resolve emerges. If I take an example, go to the next slide, how did this reflect on the ground? If I take the example of waste management, and I take just these 15 wards, which are being, where I'm using the planning ward for that, dashboard data, and I take 112 settlements, and I take about 78,000 or 77,000 population households, and a population of almost 2,77,000. And you're seeing over a period of 6 months, you can see that the 2 practices of systematic collection and segregation has just grown by leaps and bounds. The red line is the people who are still resisting, slowly trickling down, and your blue line are the people who are actually segregating at source. And the ones that cannot segregate at source are, and we are ensuring that there is systematic collection. So much resistance. They were throwing everything away. They were just dumping things, unscheduled dumping sites. All that has ended with these. And this is a huge population to discipline or to regulate. And this has been achieved by the community. If you look at the next slide, this doesn't tell the story because each slum has a different kind of, reality. So you have such high performing slums, ward number 46, with 3,200 households, very, very high achieving slums, actually almost 100% adoption. And it's all done without any incentive. There's no obvious incentive. Yes, there is support. And all this has actually brought the urban local governance to the slum. We don't go anymore to their secretariat. We don't need to, because they are there in the area, working with us, getting the governance done. And there are opposites. You can be within this, you have examples of slums that are lagging behind. So it's not like a uniform result. Every household and every community has to take its own share of responsibility to make it happen. And this is what that urban governance has done. Go to the next slide. This is just one example. There are innumerable such around, for instance, around menstrual hygiene and management. After the pandemic, they've decided to set up what is called a pad bank. There's now storing the pads in the slum in case there's a lockout or lockdown or there is a big tufan and you cannot reach anywhere. They're actually maintaining a whole set of a repository where pads are kept. Even in the middle of the night, you can go and get it. And they've also started what is called their own production of sanitary napkin units, biodegradable. They are very seriously looking at burial and proper composting of the napkins. So for the event on the 18th and 19th, three major recommendations we have. One is, of course, the great involvement of the community in risk reduction. They should be properly trained. We have a very strong leadership, and to layer that with community preparedness is simple for us. We are actually recommending civil protection teams. We are calling it civil protection because you're really looking at very complex communities. If you go to the trans person and say, please evacuate, very difficult because the guru, they're all under the allegiance guru. She has to actually say, yes, you can move, and I will move with you. There's a whole lot of sanctioning process within. In the case of the disabled, during Fani, it was impossible. When the Fani cyclone happened, it was very difficult to evacuate them and take them to safe shelters. Many of them had to be left behind. Fortunately, nothing happened, but the writing on the wall was clear. So a whole civil protection team, given the state-of-the-art training to manage the crisis. We're also thinking that we could use our IDRS, link it up with both the state disaster management agency app as well as the municipal corporation app and work on the early warning systems. Bhubaneswar, it's absolutely essential. Even the rainfalls are very, very menacing. Storms are frequent. And, there are pregnant women, there are lactating women, there are infirm people living in the slums, and we need to look at it. We are also very keen, sir, to undertake very strong adaptations, but that's where the magic of, empowerment comes. We're certainly looking at a water safety plan. We've already rolled out this nature-based filtration and storage techniques, high iron content, high fluoride, all of that is another added problem to what we have. We are very strongly looking at mechanized sludging. Our single window and community management committees work closely with cesspool operators because it's business. They must get business. They must break in their profit to ensure that this practice grows. So they have actually set up a QR code along with the municipal corporation. They're every day collecting the demand and then orchestrating the cesspool operators so that for them it becomes profitable and for the community it becomes affordable. Sometimes we do back to back and the 1,000 rupees is brought to 300, 300, 300. So in 3 households done together and done properly because that vacuum has to suck out properly. Otherwise they'll be again spending money because the tanks will get filled. There's a whole set of people working on it. And we want all of this to be made part of the adaptation curve. If WASH is not safe, climate is under threat, and climate threat is there, then WASH is going to become unsafe. So that, this relationship we want to, and of course, on waste management, we are going to take it to scale. So what we have done, and we are already sort of, the communities are very geared to, working on it, and this is one of the strongest mitigation that the community can contribute to, along with urban plantation. So with that, I'll stop.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And especially this really helps us understand that how we can build the systems capacity from the ground up, keeping the community at the forefront and as a major stakeholder. So taking the discussion forward and take on resilience. So we know that what planning is resilience, while it has many implications, but resilience-oriented planning is needed to address the dynamics and complexities of urban systems. And one way to achieve that is through effective policies and governance. So for that, our next keynote address will be delivered by Shri Sukhdeep Roy, Assistant Town Planner with TCPO, Government of India, who will be shedding some light about policies and governance for urban resilience. Over to you, sir. Sudeep, sir, you can unmute yourself.
If it
Yes.
it is.
Yes, you are audible. Please carry on.
Yeah, Mr. Roy, go ahead, please.
Sudeep, sir, I think there's some network issue. If you may maybe try switching off your video, then you may get the bandwidth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sudeep, sir, while we may try to resolve the network issues, I would like to request the Anshul Abbasi from NIUS to share some light on urban resilience and specifics about NIUS initiatives. Yes.
Very warm good morning to all the dignitaries, participants present here. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. And I'm Anshul Abbasi. I am the lead policy planning at the Climate Center for Cities at National Institute of Urban Affairs. So the topic for today, it majorly talks about policies linked to disaster risk resilience. And I do not have a presentation to share, but I'll talk about a few initiatives. Most of our work is aligned to climate. So I'll just introduce my center, what do we do, and what kind of policy initiatives we are taking to address the disaster risk reduction. So Climate Center for Cities is a one-stop shop which has been established by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs at the NIUS with an intention to develop comprehensive climate action plans or climate actions in the country which were happening in a piecemeal approach earlier. But how can we link them together? So there were two things which were primary and which were crucial. One thing was that how can we bring in synergies and how can we look at existing development, majorly the infrastructure projects from through a climate lens. And second intention was that how can we bring in the various stakeholders who are working in this domain together. So with that intention, we developed something called this Climate Alliance. We have around 78 organizations consisting of bilaterals, multilaterals, non-profit organizations. They work with us. And moving on to one of the core initiatives which we do, that is an assessment framework. So it's known as CSCA, that is Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework. So we all understand that if we really need to improve something, we need to first do a baseline analysis. With that intention to check where Indian cities stand, to check their climate readiness, we developed this framework. This framework has 5 thematic areas: energy and green buildings, urban planning, green cover, biodiversity, mobility and air quality, and waste and water management. This kind of cover everything with respect to the functions of an urban local body, because our mandate is to work with 4,000 urban local bodies, and that is what our focus area is. So we have basically 2 mandates. While we bring in all these synergies together, bring stakeholders together, the other major mandate is to develop capacity of city officials and support the ministry with their policies. So, as I was talking about the assessment framework, it has 5 thematic areas. Further, it has 28 indicators and around 98 data points. So cities report to us with these 98 data points. On the basis of the data received, we kind of calculate a score for the city. And the idea is not to do a ranking that we provide 1, 2, 3 to cities. The framework was established with an intention to kind of categorize cities. And this categorization has been done in a way that we follow development stage indicators. So it's a systemic way which we have identified, that we identify cities in a manner that who have not established an institutional mechanism which is required. For example, in this case, if a city needs to do disaster risk reduction, it should have a disaster management cell within the ULB. While we have it at the national and state level, but CSCF also promotes to having a disaster management cell, similarly for climate action, climate cell at a ULB level. So this is one categorization. The others are as per the projects identified, funds allocated. So we ran cities from 1-star to 5-star. 1-star cities being who have not yet addressed any of the climate issues. 2nd-star being those who have taken the something kind of a mandated institutional mechanism or something which is a necessary. I think necessary is a better term. And the third 3-star cities are the cities who have identified projects, who have developed strategies such as clean air action plans, climate action plans. 4-star cities are the cities who have allocated funds. So while we talk about all the policies, guidelines, it's all in the air until there is some fund allocated and the action happens on the ground. And the 5-star cities are the ones who are monitoring. They're also monitoring the actions which are taken, because the idea is not to just take action and you just improve in the assessment. The idea is how you take it ahead. So this is a bit summary about the assessment. One of the indicators within our thematic area of urban planning, green cover, and biodiversity focuses on disaster risk reduction. So indicator is on disaster resilience, wherein we check whether the cities have the institutional mechanism in place. We also check whether the cities have identified vulnerable hotspots. Are they doing developing the HRV assessments? Have they done their hazard risk vulnerability assessment? Apart from that, we also promote alignment of district level disaster management plans with city level disaster management plans. We have been pushing a lot to do the same for all indicators. We have developed training modules, and now we are converting them into more courses so that it becomes easier for city officers to improve. So not just disaster, but other things like air quality management and promotion and adoption of green buildings. Somewhere or the other, they're all linked to each other. And that is something really important, that how can we join those dots for city officials and make them understand that their one action, just from their daily functions which they have to perform there. Our job is to basically break the climate jargon, I would rather say, because a lot of technical terms are used, but city officials at times do not understand them. So how can we ease that language for them, and how can we help them understand how these dots are related? So without going much into the detail of assessment, I'll just tell you about how cities are performing in terms of disaster risk reduction. So our first assessment happened in 2019, where 96 cities participated. The consecutive year, around 126 cities participated. As we talk right now, the third assessment is going on. 225 cities are part of it, so which is approximately last year it was 1/3 of the urban population. 140 million were impacted. People were impacted through this assessment. So few insights from the last assessment. 50 cities out of the 126 cities have not established a disaster management cell. So if I tell you the overall scenario of CSCF of not just the disaster risk reduction, majority of our cities are still at level 2. They are either establishing the required institutional mechanism or they're still yet to do that. So that is where our push should be. That while we talk about allocating funds, there are few cities who are quite data mature. They have the capacity, they have the resource, they can develop proposals, they can get the smart cities funding or the AMRUT funding to do the projects. But if we really need to nudge the other, majorly the tier 2 cities, our focus should be on the institutional mechanism part. But why I'm stressing more on it? Because until and unless we do that, the city will not be able to develop a comprehensive climate action plan. So 27 cities have conducted detailed hazard risk vulnerability assessment. 11 cities have established early warning systems, which not just these things bringing in new technology and for disaster risk reduction is something which our city should explore now. It has happened through 100 smart cities in a way that they have something known as integrated command and control center. A lot of cities use them for disaster. Even during COVID, they became the COVID war rooms. So now coming to the main agenda of today's session is the policy. So CSTF is one of the frameworks which we have done. CQ provides the National Mission on Sustainable Habitat. So for those of you who are not aware, there's something known as National Action Plan on Climate Change, which was launched in 2008 by the Prime Minister Office. Within that, there are sub-8 missions, one of them being National Mission on Sustainable Habitat, and MAHUA is in the ministry to take care of it. So with MAHUA, we revised the NMSS document, which was developed in 2010. The 2021-2030 version has been revised, it has been developed by us, and now it is aligned to the CSCF assessment. So our major push is that with all the policies, how can we make CSCF as a monitoring and evaluation mechanism so that tomorrow, if how we see it, that the fund allocation should consider the climate lens when it should be a quite important part. So one of the projects known as CITIS, CITIS, which is an implementation project where the center provides funds. So the next phase of CITIS 2.0 is in development. Around 300 to 400 crores would be given to few cities, around 15 to 16 cities. And CSCF is one of the important parameters for cities to receive this fund. So just an example that how in future the financial assistance to cities may be linked with climate, and this assessment can play a crucial role in that. So other thing is recently launched long-term low emission development strategy, LT-LEX, at the COP27 at Sharm el Sheikh. NI was a partner in that report. The task group 3 within that on material efficiency, low carbon development with respect to municipal services and building performance. What was majorly our area, so not specific to the disaster risk reduction, but somehow linked to it. So that was recently launched. It is basically a report which captures that how can we go net zero by 2027. So that is one of our initiatives. Now what we are doing is we are doing demonstrative projects. We are developing climate action plan for 5 cities in the country and flood resilience strategies. And also we are working with the city of Visakhapatnam to develop an urban living lab there. So these are the 3 projects which we are doing. These are kind of demonstrative projects in a way that we want to also learn from them. And the idea is that after these projects, how can we convert them into a knowledge product and come up with a template, an Indian template for climate action plans, an Indian template for flood resilience strategy for cities. And that is presently what we are focusing on, because while there are a lot of methodologies available, but those are as per the international standards, and they do not apply to Indian cities. So that is where our major focus is for now. And so that is the major summary. I think I don't have much time, but that is what we do. We have around 6 verticals. We have partnerships, research and knowledge management, communication, then we have capacity building. We have been training, we've almost trained for last 2 years, 5,000 city officials. We have come up with something known as leaders in climate change management with an intention of creating 5,000 climate change leaders. This is done in collaboration with WRI India and ATI Mysore. And how can we train the city level engineers? How can we make them realize that how they should prioritize the climate change? So while there is a limited budget, the officials should have an understanding of the impact, the implementation time of projects, and they should have the ability to prioritize them as per the budget allocated. Then we have one vertical on data technology and innovation. And this is where we put out whatever data we get through the assessment, we have put it out open to public so that researchers or solution providers can use this data to develop solutions. Or if someone wants to work with the city, they can identify where the city is not performing and help the city improve in the assessment framework. Last and one of the most important things, we have developed something known as Climate Practitioners India Network. So while we do a lot of policies, capacity, it is the next generation which has to take the climate agenda here. And with that intention, we have around 1,000 members across 100 cities. These are climate enthusiasts who work with us. There are multiple activities which are done through these members. And this has been created with an intention that how can we connect to each other using this platform, they can collaborate and they can co-create climate actions. So I request all of you to have a look at our knowledge products, and if you're interested, be a part of our CPM networks. That's all from my side. I hope I was able to cover the agenda and the points which I had to mention. Thank you so much. So for climate action plans, we are doing it for Pune, Kolkata, Jamnagar, Junagadh, and Leh. For flood, not it. Leh. Junagadh, Pune, and Leh. For flood resilience strategy, we are doing it for Agra, Aligarh, Bareilly, and Tirunelveli, Madurai. So 2 from Tamil Nadu and 3 from Uttar Pradesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anshu sir, for sharing about the interventions of NIP. These are very interesting developments, and we look forward to how we can also contribute to these. Next, I would like to invite Sudeep sir again. So, you may try speaking.
Right, I'll try again. Am I audible this time?
Yes, sir. Good to go.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I mean, lucky. Thanks. Indeed, the first 2 speakers were very instrumental, and I see the WASH initiatives have a lot of similarity of what we do at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. I have one of I'll rather speak about the policy and I'll let him speak about the implementation end of it. The basic premise of our working is that the policies that the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, since its inception of being the premier in urban development, we have been looking at different policies across disaster management, across sustainability factors, across managing urban floods, and increasing the carrying capacity of the urban centers, since the urban centers are experiencing, phenomenal intensification, phenomenal influx of people. So with that, there is a lot of stress on the residential sector, the support sector, the infrastructure sector, as well as the need and demand of more resources. So what happens is, with the increase in the urbanization, there are multiple factors of energy consumption, of sectoral use, as well as the outfall of that into many an arena. So primarily we focus on 3 sectors like energy, water, and air, including the water supply as well as the flooding and associated disaster issues. So what we have is the basic guideline is the NSM and National Sustainable Habitat Mission. the document that is prepared, below which is two advisory documents which are called urban and regional plan formulation and implementation guidelines, and the model building bylaws which controls the building volume. So generally, the principles and the is oriented towards the larger urban planning and the regional plan management, which is directed through the regional planning and monitoring implementation guidelines, the URDPFI guidelines. Therein, we address all sectors, including the density of the cities, manageable densities of the cities, programmed and recommended infrastructure development, sustainability guidelines, as well as the management guidelines. Below which are nested the model building bylaws, which then recommends a straight set of regulations which can be adopted for a systematic building control or a volume control in separate parts of the city. So the bylaws practically gives an overall idea how to manage buildings in different sectors or different zones of a city, while the master plan gives an overall idea of how to manage the city as a whole. So the in there are separate recommendations for infrastructure development, and that too in two different. One is social infrastructure, the other one will be the physical infrastructure. So the basic premise is to provide the base physical infrastructure on which the social development can happen. But along with that comes the disaster management issues, where we say that at the master plan level, we have to look at the zones which are vulnerable due to natural disasters, or as given by the seismic maps of India, the seismic zones, and therefore, along with the recommendation of the seismic zones in the master plan, the building bylaws has to address all of them in such zones by development of such infrastructure which can withstand the hazards which are applicable to all such zones. So there is a direct correlation between what the master plan recommends in terms of the zones and their control, and what kind of building control is then envisaged by the model building bylaws and the provisions therein given by the National Building Code. So these differently form the first basic provisions, a compliant infrastructure. Thereafter comes the disaster management plan, which affects in terms of a rescue zone, as well as the rehabilitation zones, which can be planned and which can be envisaged based on the zone and the densities of the city where it is required to evacuate and to settle those people who are affected by such disasters. So these disaster plans are subsectoral plans which are nested within the main master plan, and they dovetail along with the several other sectoral master plans. So in case of a trigger of a disaster, such plans which have been prepared and approved by the state SDMA, they get activated through the Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, or the State Disaster Management Authority. So that is how the disaster is addressed in the planning, in the planning. Of these, one is the how and what in what senses can we augment the water infrastructure of the cities so as to first be clear and able to provide potable and drinking water, and second, when there is a surge of runoff, either due to an enhanced level of precipitation by rain, cloudburst, and uh, other precipitation measures, then how do such extra runoff get either absorbed in the city infrastructure, in the blue-green infrastructure of the city, so that they can be stored and used in the upcoming times, or when there is a runoff with beyond the capacity of absorption, then it is drained into the drainage infrastructure. So that is generally given by a separate set of guidelines called the river-centric urban planning guidelines, which has come into the into practice since the last 2 years, which allows a sustainable development around the rivers and also gives recommendation about how to regulate the urban development and the phenomenon of building within the regions of a river or as well as a significant water body in the state. And the final sector that we haven't addressed as yet, and which is pretty more, I mean, being human, we have to accommodate every other life systems on this earth. The ecosystem is not just us, the Homo sapiens. There are other animals, and therefore, last year during one of the conferences, we realized there's something called the Animal Master Plan under the Ministry of Environment and Forest Project Tiger. So from my forward with urban and rural development, we have to also include the animal master plan to reduce the human animal conflict, which we are increasingly seeing in terms of disasters which are created by the conflict of these two kind of settlement, the parameters of the habitable world. So generally, we have given set of guidelines and a given set of how to handle all of them. But the practice and implementation is always taken through the handholding of the central agencies with the state agencies, which I think Mr. Pawan Kumar will be able to deliberate more because he has an active involvement in all of them. So as of now, this is what I have, and I hope that this conference goes ahead to give out a clear set of recommendations how to get into actionable items. Thanks to all. Thanks to NIDM and Sphere India.
Thank you so much, sir. So before we move to Dr. Pawan Kumar, I would like to invite Sri Rajendra Singh Sarji, member NPDRR, who will be delivering the inaugural address today.
Thank you. Very good morning to everybody, and many thanks for inviting me to this workshop. And I'm delighted to be here. And I really appreciate organizers and IDM and Sphere India for conducting this program today at this morning. Government of India has recognized the need to evolve participatory process of decision making in disaster management with active involvement of central and state government and all concerned stakeholders in the field of disaster management. Understanding the need, Government of India in 2013 called for a meeting with multi-stakeholders and multi-sectoral national platform for disaster risk reduction, and is called NPDRR. There are members, there are state ministers, there are 15 cabinet ministers, there are all multi-stakeholders, they are the partners for this NPDRR. First meeting was in 2013, and it was there to mainstream DRR in development from risk to resilience. Second meeting was in 2017, where making India resilient by 2013. 2013 means involving the framework as a DRR, Prime Minister for agenda. So many other issues were there to bring everything in one platform, and then this meeting was launched in 2017. Now we are conducting the third meeting, and 11, 10th and 11th, and the theme for this meeting is building local disaster resilience in changing climate. So from risk to religion in the first meeting, Second is making India resilient by 2030 and now building local resilience with changing climate. It means we also meet our first and second goals, which we have set in 2013, 2017, by making India resilient by 2030. It means we are all working together, and I heard one of this morning they are talking what all things they have done. The main duties for NPDRR was to process that facilitate dialogue, sharing experiences, views and ideas, present finding, research and explore the opportunities for mutual cooperation in the field of disaster risk reduction. The main aim was this platform was to develop a culture of disaster management, culture of prevention, culture of preparedness, culture of capacity. Until we don't develop culture, like Anshulji has just said, but pushing, that word pushing should not be used after 2030. It should be taken. This is my job. And until we don't develop this culture, I don't think we are going to reach anywhere. Now we are conducting this meeting and the theme is climate change with urban planning. We can feel the impact of climate change faster. And present we have unusually warm weather in the early March. The spring seems almost long since last 1 and 2 years. As the cities are expected to experience urban heat island effect, we may have more heat waves sweeping the city. We need to prepare for that. As NDMA, we advise them to prepare their heat action plan. Just 2 weeks back, we had a meeting with all the stakeholders, all the state representatives, with multi-stakeholders in IIT Mumbai for 2-day seminar is heat wave, how to prepare the action plan. Guideline has been issued. Only thing state government, municipality, district administration have to come forward and take appropriate actions. In the context of climate change, cities have become more vulnerable. We have unusually heavy downpours in a short distance, leading to cities getting flooded. Most cities, be in Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata, now in Bangalore, have experienced urban floods. In addition to serious disruption of economic losses, it has a huge impact on construction. NDMA is in the process of developing a program to address urban flooding in big cities. These cities are Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Pune, and Hyderabad. If this program is successful, we can expand the program to other cities also. If we look closely into the issue of urban flood, it is also a problem of efficient drainage system. There is an encroachment upon our riverbeds and natural water bodies like Mumbai, Miti River, Chennai, Koval River. There's so many other cities, it's not complete, which reduces the capacity for water retention. most of the surface cities are paved, and then when there are heavy rain, water does not to the ground. The runoff is very fast, which leads to a rise the water level. The vision is that heavy downpour immediately leads to many areas of the city, particularly low-lying areas, getting flooded. The coastal area is much vulnerable, high density, populated, and can face some submerge due to the rise in the seawater level. We need to apply natural-based solutions to deal with many of these environmental hazards. The lesson learned is very, very important. We need to pay greater attention to urban environment. We need the river that flow through the cities without any encroachment. We need large lakes and reservoirs in urban area which can provide drinking water. Earthquake also although it is less frequent, but some of our cities are in zone 3, zone 4, and zone 5. And we have seen what happened in Turkey. We can develop a scenario of large-scale property losses, and we are watching the tragedy unfold in Turkey. The lessons are clear. We need to build earthquake-resistant houses. We need to apply building code and laws and to follow the code of practice, which provide us with necessary protection against earthquake. It is necessary to develop a system of building permission enforced by building code. NDMA is developing a large-scale earthquake program which focuses on enforcement of building code in all the municipalities in Sussex Zone 4 and 5. And this program, earthquake program, will be launched within a month and 2 months' time. We are NDMA project is finalizing 3 or 4 major programs which I would like to discuss here. Is earthquake program, which is about 5,500 crore. Then it is landslide, which is about 1,200 crore. Then it is lightning, the major issue, almost 2,000 deaths every year. It is around 1,000 crore. And there are other programs. This is what we call the cyclone mitigations program for around 1,000 crore. Although phase 1 NCRMP project, phase 1 is completed for 2,500 crore. Phase 2, 2,600 crore rupees is finishing on the month of March. And the third phase we are taking over and we will start somewhere in April, May, where nature-based disaster solutions are playing a major role in the phase. Cities must have capable disaster management system. This system needs to be embedded in municipal corporations. Today, these municipal corporations are supporting fire services which are need to be modernized and improved further. And NDMA is providing 5,000 crore rupees for upgradations of the entire system. 5,000 crore rupees to all the municipalities, all the at the district level. The money is already in sanctioned, provided, guideline has been built, and it is also in a stage where we are going to launch this program within a month and 2 months' time. As far as the capacity building goes, the madam has clearly brought out what is the mean by capacity building. But NDMA is on the and supporting the scheme of called Aapda Mitra, where we have identified 350 most vulnerable districts prone to earthquake, flood, landslide, and cyclone, and 350 vulnerable districts, we are providing 1 lakh volunteers depending upon the capacity of the district, 500, 300, 400 volunteers. And target is to provide 1 lakh volunteers by September 2023. 58,000 volunteers already been trained. Trained means we are providing them 12 to 14 days training respective in their area, and the training is provided by the NDRR and SDRR, recognized institutions. We are giving them the 12,000 worth of kit, the self kit. We are giving them 5 years insurance. If any case, any this thing happen, with an accident, so we are giving them 5 lakhs insurance for 5 years. And the district, we are providing the equipment worth of 20 lakhs rupees to respect to that prone district, whatever thing you support it is a flood prone district, we are providing equipment which will be used during that time. And therefore, it is very essential for need to capacity building or capacity development. Capacity building means we have to start with the due. We have to develop capacity. And capacity development means this is already existing. If we can improve improvement upon the existing system, if we can improve, if some hospitals are there, if some other school buildings are there, if you can, we don't have to talk every time capacity building. We have to talk about capacity development. If some things are there, is already existing, I to why not develop something and develop an integrated institutional mechanism for social preparedness to reduce the impact of any disaster. And when we talk about capacity building is an ongoing process that equips officials, stakeholders, and the community to perform the function in better manner before and during a disaster. And capacity building for me is both in a broader concept involving a cluster that is the human resources, have to develop a training by giving them knowledge, by latest information, technology, and then comes to organization, SDM, DDM, municipality. So many other sectors are there. Until unless we don't develop the capacity of our organization, the program launched by WOWA and Anshuli has said, that is, until and unless the takers are not there, if the infrastructure is not there, if the organization is not ready, it will be difficult for urban cities to cope up with it. And third is institution and legal framework. Legal framework, the bylaw we are making, building bylaws, other bylaws we are making. If until until we are legalize it, and we follow strictly with the administration will not allow other things to come into this, then I think we'll be able to build a proper capacity for city. Adamita, we have already talked, and there are now so many things NDMA is doing, so many things everybody is doing. Now, you talk about 1999, there was a death of 40,000 in Paradeep. Now, Amphan, gas, everything. There's so many cyclones. 8 cyclones we have seen in 2019, 20, 21, and 22. 8 cyclones. Earlier, only 1 and 2 cyclones will come once in 1 year and 2 years. Now, 8 cyclones, and that rate has come down to a single digit and 2 digits. This is the developed capacity building we have talked about. So this is how we have to go slowly and develop our capacity. NDMA is all with you. NDMA, whatever support you require from us, we are always there to support you. But only thing I want to say is we have to follow by law, we have to be aware. The aware generation, the knowledge, if you are, it is not reaching to the last level. The last, if education is not there, it will be difficult to manage it. And if I sum up in the, everybody understand Hindi or Urdu here? I'll sum up with the two here which I have said earlier also. So for urban cities, it goes like, यूं ही भरा नहीं है पानी शहर में, यूं ही भरा नहीं है पानी शहर में, हमने भी भरे हैं कई नाले शहर में, इमारतें बनाकर रोकी है सांसें जमीन की, दफन किया है कई शहर. We have seen wherever we get a chance in courts, wherever we get a chance, put the tax, cement it. We have no allowing water to go down. And then हम फिर गिला शिकवा करते हैं सब लोगों से, आप ये नहीं कर रहे, आप ये नहीं कर रहे. और गिला शिकवा के ऊपर किसी ने कहा है कि पत्थरों पर शिकायत ये कि पानी की बात है. आपने देखोगे बड़े बड़े होल्डर्स गिर रहे हैं, एक बरसात आती है पूरी बिल्डिंग है गिर जाती है. पत्थरों पर शिकायत ये कि पानी की बात से टूट रहे हैं और पानी को गिला ये पत्थर बहने लगे. हर एक के अपने अपने प्रॉब्लम्स, लेकिन if we listen to their when water want to flow, let the water flow. It's not. पानी को गिला हो गए और पत्थर में शिकायत नहीं करेंगे हमसे कि भाई जब हमने इतनी ग्रिलें बना दी है पानी आया बहा के लिखते, तो तुमने बनाए क्यों? और this is the time for everybody to take a call. Where we are, you are young people are here, young practitioners are here, knowledge partners. The India 2047 which we are talking about, this belongs to you people. And this is the time to say, if somebody is doing wrong thing in your mohalla, your city, your district, this is the voice. This is the time to see what is happening all around. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for these insightful words. While you began with how disaster management has evolved in India, it's very interesting to know what NDMA has been doing and how we can go ahead. And with that, I would like to invite Dr. Pavan Kumar, Assistant Town Planner with CCPO, who will be sharing some insight on the implementation of the policies and governance structure that we have just discussed in the previous speakers. Dr. Pavan, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I am thankful to the organizer to give me the opportunity to interact with the participants and thus share the government initiatives and the government experience, what we have done during the tsunami time. Actually, I am Dr. Pavan Kumar. Basically, I am an architect, town planner. I done my architecture from the NIT Bhopal, master in town planning from SPA Delhi, and done my PhD in transportation from IIT Roorkee. Last 20 years, I am working in this TCPO, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. If you remember, actually in December 2004, when the waves of tsunami struck the coastal area and coastal cities of India, at that time, the lot of devastation happened. And that same thing happened in the Andaman Nicobar Island. And that was the union territory. That's why the housing project was given to us. And we have done the lot of work in housing project after the tsunami. And this experience, what we learned from there, the life experience at that time, would like to share with the participants. First important things I would like to say, in crisis, government always works. Because in the December 2004, when this tsunami came, within 3 months, there was the monsoon to become in Andaman Nicobar Island. So within 3 months, that is the January, February, and March, Nicobar Island. And that was really a challenging task to build the intermediate shelter, temporary shelter for them before monsoon comes. And for that purpose, lot of survey have been done in the various islands. And TCPO have prepared for the layout plan for the permanent settlement in the 72 different islands and locations. That was really a challenging task at that time. It was totally live project. And first time we are handling to the tsunami problems. So in crisis, the way the government functioned at that time in this remote area, particularly in this Andaman Nicobar Island, that was the really remarkable, exciting experience for us. Second important thing I can share here, when the crisis comes, the coordination among the government agency, I can say by default, automatically the things enhanced. I remember the TCP have prepared the layout plan for permanent settlement in Andaman Nicobar Island. CPWD provided the detailed plans and the other details for the construction part. Andaman PWD have done the construction part, and some NGO have also come forward and they have also constructed some houses in some islands. At that time, the understanding and the coordination between all these agencies was really wonderful, really wonderful. We have written so many research papers and articles in the different journals and magazines. How the coordination among this agency really was fruitful at that time. So that is the second experience I can say. The coordination among the various agency, government agency, private agency, NGO was really wonderful. Third things, many times the role of the NGO, CBO and the panchayats are also very important. And many times in the written documents as well as the World Bank always say that this coordination and public participation is very important. And that we have done at that time. Because in Andaman Nicobar Island, people are living in the most of the time the machan type houses. When the tsunami destroyed their houses and we started to finalize the design process and design for them, that was another exciting experience to us. Make them people to understand the new design, how it is tsunami resistant, earthquake resistance, cyclone resistance. For that purpose, the role of panchayat, CBO and the NGO and other local agency was very important. And this type of the collaboration we have done and let the people should understand. For that purpose, we have prepared the prototype houses 1:1 scale. CPWD have prepared, and lot of discussion happened with the local people, local administrations, elected members, and after that, the design was finalized. So that real experience on the ground means I can say the last 4 years we are continuously traveling from Delhi to Port Blair and Port Blair to different islands like the Car Nicobar, that is the Indian Air Force base, Kamota, there's an Indian Navy base, and the lowest point of the country that is known as the Indra Point. Sometimes the Kaun Banega Crorepati, they ask this type of the question. So up to Indra Point we have gone there. We have done all the survey, we have done the interaction with the participants and the victims, local agency, and the design was finalized. It is just a matter of chance I am not available here, otherwise I will be with you and show all the drawings, all the research paper that is published in the different architecture and engineering journals. What is the material specification we have taken? What was the design concept evolved with consultation with the local people? What were the real challenging tasks we have done? At time, the engineers had estimated 30 million tons the construction material required for the construction. Just you imagine this much material will come on the islands. What if the condition of the island at that time? So all these challenges we have faced one by one, and finally things were finalized. Even the bringing to the construction material from the mainland like the Chennai and the Kolkata, it was another difficult task because the big ship can't reach up to jetty point. So in between, that was halted, and the construction material was transported from the big ship to the small ship and brought to the side. So that photographs, again, sometime you got the opportunity with you, try to just show that how the in crisis time, in the national spirit, this project was completed. Apart from these things, again, the National Institute of Disaster Management had come forward and they have prepared the guidelines for the tsunami. So that guidelines is also very important document. I request all the participants and the particular those who are the research scholars doing the research in the master degree and the PhD, go through these documents. We can see so many experts have given their expert experience and their understanding and technological point, all these things, and then these guidelines were prepared by the NIDM. That is also one of the important documents to go through it. Apart from these things, Sudeep have already highlighted about the building bylaws, master plan provision, river-centric development. All these things are important to understand. Apart from these things, when the project has completed and handed over to the victims, and the key and handed over by the honorable presidents and another dignitaries, now once we started to see, observe them, they are living so patiently there and they are so happy with these things. That is a really the lifetime achievement project generally had done the TCP at that time. So any another opportunity will get it, we then try to make you understand how the resilient city and the sustainability in the disaster prone area in urban center, particularly from a socio-economic point of view, local economy, all these things are important to take in consideration. Whenever you are also getting the opportunity, TCP involved in the capacity building, particularly the programs organized by NIDM, various state government, IIT, NIT, and SPA. So these are the learning experience, and I will like to share with some written research paper with all the participants if they are interested. But I can say, apart from all the building bylaws and the master plan, the ground reality that what we have achieved through this post-tsunami housing project in Andaman Nicobar Island was very, very important. And initiative taken by these organizers, it is a good initiative, and that is from my side to all the participants.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pawan, and sharing your experiences of post-rehabilitation project post-tsunami in 2004, and I assisted that in for implementation, coordination, and participation is the key. And with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Vikrant Mahajan, CEO of Steering India, to give his remarks.
I think before I start, especially for you know, it's time very easy today. It's today our meeting about the preparation for the actual main event of the DRR. But really taking the time and giving us and giving us excellent points for us to find on the road. So by moment and I request so we start our green, right? So green, great. And thank you so much, sir. We will look forward to having that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know we have started really well to all the speakers. They are not for applications. I just said some keywords and maybe a line image, right? Just focus because we have a next very interesting 1 hour or so for us to prepare recommendations for NPDRR. I think we have on a entire circle what is being done institutionally, being done as with stakeholder groups, and also what some discussion that happened about what are challenges now, and what is being done as a collaborators, all of us together, or maybe individually also. I think that's the larger thinking we should put forward. But along with that, most importantly, the opportunity is with the national platform for DRR, which is happening on temporary level, right? So what is it we are recommending? Complete recommendations from here go to the NPDRR, and of course, I think that we take that to our roles and responsibilities along with that what we recommend. So, starting with keywords, my first is midway SFDR. Sunday framework for disaster reduction is there are targets 2030. Right? It was signed by all governments in 2016 with a planning done for 2030. We are actually midway of that, right? Where we are doing this NPDRR. So second is the keyword is this server saying is RSS 47. Yes, I think this is an important event which has happened as one of the pre-event of NPDRR. So RSS is Resilient and Sustainability Summit. 247 is a vision for 247. I think sir also said about said about 247 is the 100 years of India independence. Is that India, which most of the young people over here, and they would be at the leadership at that time probably, right? So we have to start looking at a vision for that. But simultaneously, there is dimension of COP. I think I want to leave from the NIU also mentioned about that. So there's a figure 27 years. I think the year which our honorable Prime Minister committed India to carbon. Right. So there is, and for that is going to see a major change in the urban landscape, which is a topic today, right? Because when I think I was born, and was born, India was majorly rural, right? They used to say, I used to read my school textbook that Bharat गांव में बसता है, लेकिन by the time I'm standing here, I think the reality is changing. India is becoming majorly urban, and I think by 2030 we will be majority urban, and as we progress in that, we will be more urban. Right? So that's where the urban resilience becomes more. Population has already been discussed. Our cities are growing. Every year, around 25 billion, 25, I think around 25 lakhs, so 2.5 million people get added to our cities because of disasters. So there is research established, right? So the city, like I have given up as a Chandigarh, a small city I've seen growing up, but it's like an higher price city of Chandigarh, Mohali, and Panchkula get added every year because of disaster in India. And where do these people get added? To those that disaster, they get displaced by disaster, they're migrants. They get added mostly to those parts of the cities where the infrastructure is not there. City get burdened by these displaced population, and they mostly end up into the places where they are more vulnerable, and particular vulnerabilities. I think Akhilaji has shared in her presentation around. So that's a population which is on the margins of the city, and sometimes it's hidden in the cities. Most of us don't get to see it. It is the G20. We are seeing all the visibility around, but the visibility is also hiding these segment of the population, right? And that becomes exposed going forward. Right? So I think our cities are planning to look at that part of it. So that's another the thing is there is. I put a couple of more figures. So Mumbai, the financial capital of India, loses 40,000 crores, has lost 40,000 crores between 2005 to 2020 because of disasters. While they have made significant achievement in terms of reducing life loss, I think this super cyclone Odisha 1999, the life loss figures beyond 10,000. I think the numbers is yet to be estimated. I didn't quite know. But the cyclone falling of almost similar intensity to 2014, and we have brought the life loss figures less than single digit. We have come in single digit. And the words, the Six are also mentioned. That's the capacity as NPR and not other capacity we have been able to bring in disaster management, success. Thanks everybody, thanks ever for these capacities. But our losses are rising. Mumbai, the financial capital losing this quantum of money is significant. I think is not about what we have lost. The figure is not only about that, what we will lose in next. So there another research estimate says Mumbai is going to lose something like 50,000 crores every year till 2050 because of disasters. And that's the story of all our cities. Right? So there's a research publication by the leading World Bank and other partners about that. That's something you do. How to reduce the economic losses. I think it's a significant loss. I think almost a loss of a GDP of a couple of big cities every year without disaster. I think this is where we need to look at our loss reductions. Our cities rise up during summers. All cities, I think most of the urban planners and architects over here will be knowing the more details about this because the water table, in all our cities is in the crisis state. If we look at the water table map of India, the infrared map of India, I think it's alarming, right? And that happens more during summer times. But all our cities get flooded during days. And that water doesn't stay anywhere. The water goes down in the drain. Drains infrastructure is not ready to look at the storm drainage, are not ready for the kind of a volume of rain and change in the rain patterns we are seeing because of climate change now. That's another thing we should look at cities as this. But the major concern also is all this water get. So because again, but the other things are mentioned in this share also. I think we have made all concrete. There's nothing has been left to store water, right? The water bodies within cities have been also construction that happen up. So we are without any water bodies also which can contain the water setting. So this is the realities, but then that's what the problem we have to look for solutions for in today's discussions. Cold wave, earthquake, there's other in micro planning I've already said. Data, I think a lot of places we're discussing about data and we don't have. While I heard the speaker saying about the data and sharing for other stakeholders, but we don't have a open source common data repository for available to us. That's the thing to look at. So NPDRR provides excellent opportunity now to look at the possible implementations, what can be done. Focusing on these, I think from my side, the keyword would be going ahead collaborations, more collaborative, more convergence. All of us will look at our right. We'll focus on the micro planning. Those were the margins, vulnerables. I think vulnerables within the vulnerables, and Akhila ji has explained it all. I did not repeat that. Okay. Critical energy efficiency. I think that should be. I've had some interesting discussions and ideas with him. Not only today's discussion, but in our meeting, otherwise also with the town and country planning officer. And then yes, the other keywords are the more green and carbon neutral. These are the words looking forward. My colleague Nupur has led a study of a couple of cities, few cities, looking at the various DRR entry points, DRR and climate change entry points. That I think I'll leave it to Nupur and to quickly take you through that, and then we will open up for some time the group work and have a brainstorming reflections coming from all of you in terms of implementation side, focusing on the urban resilience part. And I think we have good work time. We can also look for maybe a small bio break and then carry your cup of tea. I mean, I know the positivity of time also. I want to get most out coming out of that session. So please carry your cup of tea and come back, for our brainstorm. Now that will be an open discussion with everybody, right? So Nupur, if you could please share the key findings of your study. Thank you.
Can you enable screen sharing? Hi everyone, and so I will be sharing some findings about from a study that we did for identification of entry points for disaster risk management as well as climate change adaptation in urban areas. So, while most of these things have been discussed, when we talk about urbanization, how it is expected that 68% of the world's population will be living in cities by 2050, and how cities are at very high risk, high risk of natural disasters. And there have been some examples already discussed about various urban floods in India. If we talk about tsunami or floods in Chennai or Patna in recent years. So just coming about the challenges that are there in disaster risk management in cities. So one of the sharing some brief summary of these challenges that are there. So one is inefficacy of in the implementation of policies, plans. Policies often neglect informal and marginalized communities most vulnerable to disasters. While Sudhir also discussed about some policies that are there and how existing policies can be utilized to address the challenges of vulnerability, these things are often neglected. So, while there have been some successful examples of effective coordination, but conflicting role of multiple agencies and institutions that are involved at all levels makes the system chaotic. And there's also absolute sufficient decision-making powers to the local government, lack of local government capacity to implement management mechanisms, assessment, building codes, and regulatory framework for regulatory framework. And while Anshuli shared about various interventions by NIQA to integrate climate change adaptations in city plans, there are some gaps in the act policy level, so the cities or the people working on the ground are not incorporating these. And there's also insufficient earmarking of financial resources for disaster management policies and plans, as there is no dedicated disaster mitigation or adaptation funding mechanism at city level. While some leaps have been made towards this, its implementation still remains a question at the ground level. There is also no comprehensive platform for compiling and sharing disaster-related data for local authorities and communities. There's delay and resistance to a paradigm shift at a national level and urban level from response-based emergency management to disaster risk reduction at the very core. We have this concentration of people in cities who, with increasing physical and economical vulnerability due to their physical locations and socioeconomic vulnerability, which makes them inefficient in terms of capacity and increases their risk. While there are policies like Smart City Mission, which proposes a model of sustainable urban growth, but the guidelines superficially mention about disaster management. There are some interventions like climate smart framework that Shruti shared about, which try to supplement the existing smart city mission to include the climate change adaptation indicators in the framework. Now, while we were able to identify these challenges looking at Indian context, we also looked at some best practices as how some cities at global level and national level have come up with strategies to address various challenges. So, talking about some global practices, if we take an example of Indonesia, the main concept we took for this particular case was a shared learning strategy where multiple stakeholders came together and they learned by doing. So the city team comprising of relevant stakeholders under the guidance of knowledge of external organization was able to introduce and strengthen the need for climate resilience and became a climate sensitive city. Then if we look at an example from Cambodia, so this particular case, it highlights the importance of spatial analysis and mapping processes in analyzing the past, present, as well as future climate related extremes. Then coming to this comparative study between Myanmar and Bangladesh. So from this comparison, it's evident that handling of tropical cyclones between two similar countries with low human development index that governance plays a very key role in effective management of disasters. So that is something that needs to be strengthened. And taking some examples from Gorakhpur, we have from India we have cities like Gorakhpur, which incorporated a decentralized mechanism. And then we have some examples, case scenario examples from cities like Surat, which incorporated an end-to-end early warning systems. So based on these best practices and also the challenges that we were able to identify, we came up with these indicator framework as to what could be the verticals for entry points for disaster risk management as well as climate change adaptation in cities. So we identified these 5 key areas where we can adopt some strategies for disaster risk management. One is disaster risk governance. If we talk about disaster risk governance, it has multiple of specific indicators or specific areas which presents the opportunity to incorporate climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction within the governance structure. For example, grassroots level governments where autonomous city level or sub-city level authority can be formulated for disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management, which was also shared by Anshuji. That's something NIU is working on, and then technical and scientific expertise in DRR within SPPs and ULPs. Multi-sectoral and interagency coordination mechanisms are established that can provide opportunity for this mainstreaming and integration, involving community by participation and making the processes transparent. So their involvement is bring to the forefront. Then policies and frameworks for mainstreaming disaster risk management across different landscapes with specific targets. Public awareness and training initiatives where we can't just look at capacity building like Rajendra said, we have to look at the capacity development also where we can utilize or leverage the existing capacities of the community. Establishment or strengthening of CSOs, volunteers and public service workers, this can be done by capacity development, periodic capacity assessment, strengthening implementation mechanisms and accountability, clear roles and tasks and mandates of different stakeholders involved in this process. Then another key aspect or larger indicator for integration of DRM in urban planning is disaster risk finance. So there should be dedicated funds and budgetary allocation for disaster risk reduction. There should also be financial autonomy to the local governing authority for the utilization of these funds. There should be instruments and tools to share or transfer financial losses. Like insurance schemes is something that we should be looking at and incorporating it within the city level frameworks. There should be investment revenue business models, and there should also be some kind of subsidies and incentives to encourage DRR activities. Resilient business models for vulnerable communities should also be promoted. Now coming to the disaster mitigation and adaptation, by certain elements of it are also addressed by the Climate Smart Cities Framework 2.0 by NIUX. So I'll just glance go through it from the top that it basically covers various sectors like we have water, environment and ecosystem, we have energy, we have planning and regulatory mechanisms, we have humanitarian or community level indicators. Then coming to the disaster risk assessment and information management, like the transfer also shared that information management is very critical. So while there might be some data available, we need to bring that data in a standardized format and accessible to all stakeholders. So there should be assessment tools, models and methodologies, hazard and vulnerability mapping, periodic pre-disaster risk assessment, technical capacities should be enhanced, and there should also be a common digital platform for data analytics and all information related to damage and loss due to disaster. And there should be information dissemination mechanism that brings the information from top to the bottom. Then we have disaster preparedness, response, and recovery. It is a more comprehensive kind of framework which covers all the four indicators that we previously discussed. It includes early warning systems, telecommunication systems, response and relief systems that are there, training assessment, database management, awareness programs, as well as needs and impact assessments of the response or preparedness interventions that happen in the city. Post this, we will be having a group work. So I think before we proceed to group work, I would request everyone to head outside and get there. And maybe in next 10 minutes, we will be starting with the group work. So we have four groups that we'll divide among ourselves. So one will be looking at stakeholder-wise recommendations for urban resilience, whereas group two will be looking at hazard-specific recommendations, where we'll be covering two hazards, primary hazards. And then group three would be looking at strengthening physical and social infrastructure, and group four will be looking at building inclusive and resilient communities. We were thinking that we can have two groups here in the room and two groups online that can be facilitated by my colleague Siljo. So the online groups can be working on strengthening physical and social infrastructure and building inclusive and resilient city communities. So there's some handouts and specific activities that we're looking for as recommendation. So maybe 11:43 by 12 o'clock we'll divide the groups and start with the activities. Meanwhile, I request Silvio and Harsha to facilitate the breakout groups and divide the online participants into two groups. So once we decide, once we have divided these groups, we'll continue our discussion since we've not had a chance to have an open discussion or a question answer round. So this just gives us an opportunity to kind of streamline our thoughts, and then we can proceed to the open discussions.
How much time for the group?
We'll start with initial 15 to 20 minutes of discussion, and then we'll have a presentation and open discussion kind of format. So we'll also share some handouts, and while the online one can be flashed by Varsha and Sudha for group 3 and 4 respectively. We'll begin the presentations of group work at 12:20.
So maybe you can form the group so that our team formal interactions and also they can use that probably. And yeah, so
this can be group 1 and this can be group 2. Maybe we get the fresh ideas.
Akila ji is there, right?
I'll just quickly share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we can have a break and have some interaction over the break. In fact, I know there's more open, but we'll come back up.
यही इसका सॉफ्ट कॉपी पे ग्रुप में कैसे शेयर करूं
गूगल Hello, anyone there?
Hi, I got dropped from the call. Can someone please update me what is happening?
there has been a recommendation about, who at the community level and at that level can take the information to those people who receive so vulnerable. And I think it's an extra opportunity for me to introduce Colonel Hari Krishnan. He is representing the Director General and NCC. And in this discussion, certainly what comes to my mind is one of the organized, group of volunteers which are there across the country is the NCC. And that's where I think the second session post lunch, I think we're going to hear from him, what they're doing, what they're thinking about. But when I say NCC, I think I also see that many of the universities and this, it's already embedded in the system, but it's coming from an institutional headquarters planning levels. That's where just to get him into the discussion also, we are discussing about the urban context. And I extend my welcome once again. So maybe cross discussions. I think anything only we wanted to ask some questions there.
There will be two loud, but actually the discussion moved on beyond the points that we were talking. A lot of things that you guys mentioned, we touched upon. And so I was, I wanted to hear your thoughts on those points from your perspective, because we looked at it from a different perspective. So, when we talk about flooding, that it's, it's old problem. I wanted to know if you guys discuss the change in frequency and time that we see. Climate change is literally that, right? So, from riverbanks flooding annually, and getting affected, it's now cities getting affected. Something we talked about from a different perspective. And then, so that's the time and the frequency, from one side of a year to 8 in 4 years, that kind of thing. And then, what struck me again, and this point was brought up here, was when you talked about the heating, the cooling points, planning in the city, it also does the infrastructure fit the climate. And we talked about one great example that was given was glass. They had the greenhouse houses in the summer, and so my point was, you guys discussed that, and do you have like a recommendation or a solution or a path that should be taken to change that?
Great, I think thank you. I think this is the appropriate materials. I think this can be a cross discussion can go on, but I would like to bring in anybody from the online want to step in. The sharing so far happened. You can raise your hands and Silvio will facilitate. Silvio, I think Shashikant.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to say something, Shashikant?
Sir, I would like to summarize what the group 3 and group 4 has discussed in online forum. So we have noted it down and we would like to share with you. So
okay, I think for that maybe we can first have the group 2 sharing and then we come to group 3 and group 4. Is it okay?
Okay, sir.
In case you have any other thing to share in terms of any questions or discussion which is happening so far, we will go on.
No, that will be discussed about the topic because we are engaged in those.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we can then move the group 2 to their sharing.
Hello. Sorry. So our topic was stakeholder-wise recommendation for urban resilience, and we had a much more fun topic, so less technical. And we discussed about how recommendations, when we talk about stakeholders, it has to be like specific. You cannot give one single recommendation to all, and there's a lot of thought process which has to go. So we have different stakeholders, and I'll quickly go through some of the key points that we came up with. So first, 4 recommendations for government and related ministries and departments, summarizing into like 3 points. One, we discussed about identifying the carrying capacity, because we know that most of the urban areas, they have a definite carrying capacity, and the current infrastructure, like building and all, it's not after a proper assessment. So having an underlying idea about how much can be built upon it will make it more resilient. in case of any disaster. Second one is we had a interesting discussion about the building materials, basically the resilient building. So how can we shift to more resilient, what we say, like materials to incorporate that, and we also discussed about how cost effective and how much it is accessible. So we have a recommendation to government to either subsidize it or incentivize so that people are encouraged to use that more. And also we discussed about like bringing in house taxes and all, because we are seeing like a culture of more and more houses being built as all this globalization and all these things are happening. So putting out a tax for it, so we'll think twice before building houses now. Moving on, we have civil society organizations and NGOs where we discussed about like obviously these organizations can act as a catalyst and as a linking point where these policies which are taken by the governments are we make sure that they're implemented in the ground level, and also they are the most crucial part in the crucial organizations who can mobilize the community. Then we talked about private sector, where we had very interesting points where like they have to be held accountable because we know how much they contribute to the climate change and all. And also we talked about negative reinforcements. Like so we have a reference standard, and if they cross it or like if they do something against it, so we can government can for some negative reinforcements, like in a way to make them accountable. And also we talked about like also they also need support because in let's say a disaster happens, they are also in loss there, mostly because of like the working structure, they are also in loss. So how can we help the private sector to be resilient? And also we talked about the CSR activities done by the private sector. How can we incorporate DRR and CSR? Then we talked about like research and training institutions, where some of the recommendations was one was like we all know about Mission Life, which was promoted by our like honorable Prime Minister. So how can that be incorporated in curriculums and trainings, like in a very large scale? And also we talked about like data. So data is very important, like when you come about disaster analysis partner. So how can we effectively collect it? How can it be accessible? And also how can that be better communicated to the community local level? You know, like leveraging, like let's say communication experts or somebody like that, how to effectively communicate the data, and also about the databases, like how can we bring all this data to one single database. And lastly, we talked about like local communities and volunteers, and some of the recommendations was to bring in a social and behavioral change. That is what ultimately, like that's the change that we need, and also awareness and how we can leverage the existing knowledge. And also one point was about like how can we get trained volunteers, and also we had a discussion about like how can volunteers be specifically trained. For example, we talked about Mission Life. So we have like this percentage of community in India, like this percentage of population is like trained for the Mission Life, or they are made leaders, encourage more people to follow it. So these are some of the recommendations that we have, and welcome any of the group members to add.
See, ma'am, as you have raised the point very well that we need to know about the infrastructure. See, in that context, I have proposed the cascading model of organization. In Indian context, the problem which is taking place is the replication of organization statements. The moment people from the lower order cities come to Delhi, they see the infrastructure, they see the Supreme Court building, and as it was copy pasted by the Lucknow High Court building, the governmental officials of Uttar Pradesh came over here, looked up, have a view of Supreme Court, that Redstone building, and they again went to the Lucknow, and then they cleared the particular green area, which was having a lush green vegetation over there. They cleaned that particular area and then just copy paste the same building over there. So that's why the flood point you are raising, that is the case of urban flooding. The moment we are keeping in context of copy pasting the infrastructure, then we are also need to aware regarding the hazards and disaster faced by the higher order cities as in case of Delhi. Previously, urban flood was majorly restricted to Delhi, Chandigarh, and some other cities. But nowadays, in the last rainy season, what we noticed in Jaipur, Lucknow, and then Bangalore, and your or other lower order cities like Banaras, and also we have faced all these issues. This is nothing but due to the application of urbanization. So we need, because we have all sort of urbanization in Delhi. So what we can do, make some sort of a mandatory guidelines, like we have a Griha certification for housing and other infrastructure. We have a LEED certification at the international level, and at the lower order, we have CQEWD. They are having some sort of their own certification for the middle income and lower income groups. One thing. And the other thing which we can do, we can target the lower order cities that they need not to carry out the urbanization process or the build in a blindfolded manner just to copy paste the infrastructure. Because they need to be their infrastructure development need to be made mandatory to follow the green building norms. Then we can reverse the things.
And yes, and locally appropriate to the local context.
Yes. Thank you.
To contribute to the discussions. Maybe a show of hand, raise your hand in case you have any point to contribute. So dear Shashikant, is it the whole hand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the point is very valid. It has to look at the every case has got its own projects, and since I joined the discussion with this group, so I think the materials part of it, the glass buildings has become a norm everywhere now. So, but we are also in northern India, where south most of the India is like experiencing temperature going up to about 47, 50. Is it the best material for India, or is it being copy pasted from the European context where they need that kind of thing? So then how it will contribute to the mission life? I think is mission life is India's mantra to the world. So how we are seeing this change of architecture in India contribute to it. So I think that's correlated. And the point which you are saying is there is, I think, is the cities, the smaller cities and the cities have got their own culture, on firstly geophysical context and a cultural context. Okay. So the concern could be, copy pasting is the geophysical context can lead to more disaster. In the Patna is a classic example. The way Patna sees floods now. So that's if you look at standard material, maybe the recommendation for NPDRR we can pick up is that there need to be, especially from urban resident point, each city need to have a city specific, appropriate material, appropriate guideline, which are more contextually appropriate to the geophysical as well as the cultural context of city. I think that something can be the recommendation. So thank you for this rich discussions, and if there are no further cross points, can we request the group 3 from the board line to share their discussions? And we are running behind time, so I know that we can try to find up, definitely before 1:30, so that we have some time lunch before we start the next post session.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, this is Shrikant. Please go ahead.
So we are summarizing the discussion of the group 3rd, which is discussed about the strengthening physical and social infrastructure. So for physical infrastructure, we can have a multi-stakeholder collaboration in quick repairment and recovery of physical infrastructures like water supply, road infrastructures. Like we have multiple agencies working in the development like Public Work Department, DRDO, Development Authority, urban local body, so they can all together collaborate and they can quickly provide responsive services for repairing the physical infrastructure like water supply. And we can also think about having alternative source of water supply, like there can be a grid water supply network, and then there can be a localized community wells. There can be direct tapping from the springs water supply. So if there is disruption of one service, then other alternative source can be optimized, utilized. And for the renewable energy is a major physical infrastructure. So there can be, we can enhance more productivity of energy sector by tapping a small and mini projects, hydel power projects, solar power plants, which can be utilized at a particular community level. So it should not be affected by disaster. Like if the network line is broken down, then that community is not affected because they can alternatively tap the energy from alternative sources. And for social infrastructure, we have discussed about building more social capital so that more social asset can be created. This is in the hand of community and it can be utilized at the time of disaster. And local community leaders should be identified and this should be integrated in the social capital development process and also in the process of plan implementation and plan development process, so that because the local leaders know the area better and they can give a better input to our experts who are working in the socio-spatial and economic planning of the development. And we can create a multi-purpose cyclone shelters in cyclone-prone area, which can have multiple usability. Like the same shelter can be utilized for community purpose, same shelter can be utilized for religious purpose. Then it will have more usability. Then people will try to use the particular shelter, and then it will be more protected. For educational sector, we discussed about how we can integrate the national education policy with respect to DRR and CCA across the 5 pillars. And we can have multi-modal access of the education, because in the case event of prolonged disaster, people fail to access the education. So we have multi-modal like online, hybrid model, community-based education system. So the education can be extended, because sometimes some areas are cut off from the rest of the country due to the heavy flood, heavy rain, or landslides. So in that event, they can easily access the online portal. And we can have low public spending on the health, but it should be enhanced with the integration of multiple schemes that are in existence, like Swasthya Suraksha Yojana, PMO. There are multiple schemes are there for health benefit, but these should be integrated and it should be expedited for access to those people who are affected by the disasters. And we can have a multimodal access to other facilities like community facilities. Public services can also be provided through different modes, because it is the age of digital India. So we can also provide all the facilities through online mode also. And for green and blue infrastructure is very important for enhancing the resilience of the city, because urban flooding is caused when we disturb the blue infrastructure, which is the existing drainage network of the city. When the city is flooded, the natural drainage lines are, and if we integrate those in the planning process, when we integrate the existing natural drainage network in the blue infrastructure and green infrastructures. Here, when we talk about green and blue infrastructure, it means we can integrate the existing network, like low-lying areas can be developed as a park and playground, so that they can have a facility to absorb the excess water during the rainy season. But when we develop some road or network, it should be in congruence with the contour of the area, because if we disturb the contours or natural drainage network, then it will lead to flooding, because sometimes we make highways and roads, then we disturb the natural drainage network, and this leads to flooding in some areas. So these are the main findings of the group, suggestions by the group 3.
Thank you so much, Shashikant. I think you can say good discussion in the group. Any of the other groups want to make contribution, add ideas, any cross discussions to what Shisham industry in terms of strengthening physical and social. Dr. Eva.
Thank you, Shishma. My question was around social infrastructure, and you can call it a comment as well. But I think one of the challenges when we are talking about urban areas, the social infrastructure, the challenge is that the feeling of community is missing in most of the areas, unless an creative society or a organized society where there is an RWA thing. But if you're talking about lower middle or middle income or unorganized sectors or not organized areas as per government, there are houses built, but there is no way people come together. There's no one to bring them together to make community plans, to make to again looking at strengthening and making an action plan. How do we bring these people together? What could be a binding factor is something that remains a challenge even for civil society organizations until and unless they have people and community mobilizers living within that area who go house to house. So how can we create such mechanisms so that social infrastructure is such that such plans can also reach them? That's it.
Possible thing of solution. One of the things that the Ministry of Urban Development and Housing and Urban Development is proposing is what is like a Shahri March. And it's actually a coming together of civil society organizations and RWAs, all the stakeholders. That's worthwhile pursuing. So a lot of that has to be. It's like the Gram Sabha on a different scale there.
In the urban context. So
I think we need to push it as part of policy.
Yeah.
And link it up.
Yeah. So I think maybe I'm just connecting the dots with the yesterday the event happened on the social protection, where again I was part of that. So I think it's also like kind of a visioning we are doing on capacity building. The next session is so we need to have a footprints in each community. Where people who are aware about and there need to be people in each community. At least maybe a beginning of an idea is if one person, say for 100 people, that's 1% population, right? Who is at least aware of all these things. And then that need to be increased. If 1% target, I think in this could be this 1% target could be 2025, but we are already midway of the framework. We are very behind our targets. So I think by 2030, definitely 10% population needed to become aware about all this thing, and they can be connected with this, whether the citizens forum or the community march, whether Akira is saying, and we all these are digital technologies and all this leaves we are taking to all be connected. I think I'm very conscious of Colonel Hari next to me, and I see these organized volunteer force, NCC, and all those things. They are very right in those communities. They're spread all across. And NCC is not just the one. NCC never work. There are youth clubs. They're ex-servicemen. I'm meeting myself in one. So our ex-servicemen again is all over the country they come. And then they are the volunteers by Synchrony to bring all of them on a common platform and connect them and leverage that capacity. Thank you. Any other thought on this one, social infrastructure? And that's a good point to pick the social protection. Any other thought? So you also please okay. So fine, I think great. Thank you so much, Group 3, for your presentation. And I think the topic certainly of a big interest that we will look at as we get COVID learning has been. It's all a lot about social infrastructure. So Group 4, who's going to make the presentation?
We actually combined it. So
I will be present because I was engaged in both the group.
Okay, so it was combined from Group 3 and Group 4. Okay, thank you so much. So I think we look for an open discussion now.
Group 4, sir, few points are missed. I will add in the groups. We have separately prepared it, so I will present it.
Please go ahead, Shashikant, for your group then.
So the group of 4 theme was building inclusive and resilient community. तो सर ये इसका मतलब यही हुआ कि जो प्रधानमंत्री का नारा होता है सबका साथ सबका विकास, तो उसका यही मीनिंग होता है इंक्लूसिव एंड रिसिलिएंट कम्युनिटी. तो एलोकेशन एंड इंटीग्रेशन इन बजटरी लेवल एट पॉलिसी लेवल शुड बी enhanced so that all the community which are excluded or those who are socially segregated, they can also come together and get the benefit of the policy level. And disaster prone areas should have a better building policy, building bylaws, and they should restrict the construction of high-rise buildings, and they should only promote based on the local site analysis level, like where G+1 or G+2 can be allowed. And also for enhancing the resilience of the community, local building materials, local construction techniques should be re-innovated, because earlier people were building houses of woods and bamboos, and that were more sustainable and more resilient in event of the disasters, because due to collapse of such buildings, no death casualty was happening. But due to construction of heavy constructions of the buildings, many casualties are taking place. So such areas can be identified in flood-prone area, disaster-prone areas, where building bylaws can be strictly implemented. And the public participation need to be promoted in all sections, and which will enhance the affordability and accessibility of the other communities who are not so much financially enabled. And this can be done at local level, because at local level we can easily identify which are the communities which are not capable, and we can train them, and then we can provide them access to financial and other supports. And local innovation and practices should be tapped in DRR, so that we can enhance how we can evaluate the existing situation, and we can innovate and have research from the locally implemented strategies, how they were coping with, and how we can re-implement this in other areas. So these are the major points which we discussed in the group 4.
For the inclusion, thank you. Anybody else have a thing to add to this?
Yes, so when we talk about the capacity building of the community, we were talking about there is a lot of Ministry of Finances dedicated in personal tax funds for DRR and CCA programs. So we need to articulate a strategy where we can design a curriculum along with DRR and CCA framework, and identify trainers within the community that will be ASHA workers, AW workers, and all the community leaders as well. Then carry and we can touch the that we can focus on community training by the top-down approach, and also there should be a dedicated 1 day or 2 day per week training in educational institution. And it could be formed as a center for training the community. I mean, educational institution can be identified as centers for training DRR and CCA, so that we can carry forward these community training programs.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Varsha. You want to say something? Anybody else want to say something on this aspect? Yeah, I think for me, I think this the marginalized communities. When we talk about urban scale, the whole idea of inclusion itself is that cities are not planned as they're evolving, to look at the migrant workers or the marginalized communities who are very much part of the cities, and they're big numbers, and they are the one who are living in most vulnerable condition and most exposed to the hazards which the city poses, right? Uh, and there are no databases for them. We became, alive with the reality with the COVID wave one, the kind of a migrant worker influx that happened, it exposed India, right? So when these populations started walking back to their villages, right? So if I'm living in Noida, I see in front of every high rise, in front of every society we live in, there is a cluster, mostly unorganized one, which is the one who are making this high rises, who are making this society. And then we don't have an idea about how many numbers of them are there. And they are the ones who are also essentially serving the supply chains to the city, right? Be it the solid waste management, be it our household support, right? They also form the informal economy of the city, which is not being accounted in any way economy also. So I think these people need to get included. And since my experience of working with some of these communities to the other organization where I'm the former trustees, is they're also excluded from most of the planned benefits. Rather, there are fears. If some of the government schemes, if their effort is being made to break those schemes to them, so they will get exposed in terms of the form of where they are living. There is encroachment, or is it, the legalities can come in, and that can further displace them. Right? So these are the larger challenges of these communities, and how do we include them in our planning? Right. So and thoughts on that, I think is more ideas is lecture.
If we look at the total numbers, it constitutes more than 90% of India's employment. So more than 90% people, they get employment in unorganized sector. And for them, the Ministry of Labor, they have initiated a portal that is called e-Shram. So where registrations are being done. And recently I was checking the data, and around 30 crore people have registered. So I don't know if they are going to track them based on using some geolocation technologies and all. And I don't know if that is legally possible. But somehow government has initiated data collection on that. And I think certainly it will be helpful to bring them under the umbrella of social security. So because there are many schemes run by, there are hundreds of schemes, either run by state government or centrally funded schemes, but they are not organized. The benefits are not reaching to those who need the benefits. So I think there is some kind of progress on that front, and with this data certainly I think that there will some big things will come out. But it's a big challenge, and I think it's a characteristics of developing economies, because the whole in economic production, the most of the benefit it comes out of labor. So you produce it cheap, and saves money on labor. So that is why kind of dominant feature in the economy. But this is what Ministry of Labor.
Interesting. So I think thanks for sharing. So maybe the recommendation for us is now once this Ministry of Labor has started it up, again is linking it with the urban plan. Is it something if whether TCPO or the city municipalities and the urban local bodies, self-government bodies, they are aware and they are making use of, is there a planned policy around that? Right? If nothing is there, then that's clearly an idea we thought it would be given, and maybe a clear recommendation can go to NPDRR, how to bring convergence and how to make use of these opportunities to develop a clear plan of including these people. For example, my own experience comes up is as here in India, we got involved during COVID for an advocacy on one nation, one ration card. Right. So it's a way of taking the PDS to those migrant workers. And they that time the food insecurity was very high because they were not getting foods. And also we came up with a scheme in the middle of COVID at one nation, one ration card, because before that there was their ration card, they were not able to get access to PDS because the ration card was only locally accessible. So they can only avail it from the local PDS system where they are registered. But now the one nation card has come up, but then people didn't know about it. People still don't know about it, right? That they can avail of their ration card, they can avail the PDS, they can access PDS anywhere. So this was example of one scheme, and that scheme is, I think yesterday we looked at the analysis of various government schemes and the utilization. I think PDS utilization is also somewhere around 23 to 24%. So how underutilized is that is also an indicator of that. So I think definitely convergence can bring better utilization and also better focus. But we need to, from urban planning point of view, where both of us are sitting here and making recommendation is we going to work with urban bodies, how to make urban bodies think and including what that. I think I also like to say that maybe Chandigarh, for instance, a city, we are taking a one way in our decision, is a whole city in India. The city which I have come from and I have grown up studying there is. In fact, it's city and a city beautiful. The way it was planned, the city didn't plan for this segment at all. That's an example of planned city. We have any idea, but Chandigarh didn't plan at all from where those who are going to serve the city going to come from, and there is no planning done for them at all. And that's where the Chandigarh city we started seeing. I think now there is certain improvement on those ones. But when I was growing up, there was clusters of slums in around Chandigarh, which came up. Essentially, a land of Punjab University was under the slum, which was serving the city. So this aspect, I would like to take it to city planners to think about and how to make it.
Can I make
Yeah, please.
intervention? So 2 points I want to make. One is the minute you look at the vulnerable communities, in all development programs, we have found that once you make them the face of the solution, face, not power, the whole thing comes together very well. For the simple reason, they're able to tell you exactly where the problem is originating. Your data, your evidence, your ability to create social capital is very high. So the heavy program is struggling. Sex is so big. How do you go and tell people to have protected sex? The minute we work with high-risk groups, the sex workers, the trans persons, they actually put on the quantum of the intersected that because the type of transmission intersection that we need to find that nodal point. On the whole urban scheme, we run actually a very big program across the city. And one of the things that we have done in the city context, you have huge programs. The programs are very weakly sort of implemented. They have some anchor, somebody puts up a guideline, somebody inserts a protocol, but next what you have to do, nobody knows. However, for every program, there are active provider, points and utilities. For instance, something like an avatar, we have been able to work very closely with NPDRR. The Supreme Court has issued an indemnity that no machines will go out anywhere. It will only be in government premises. We have been working with them without violating that injunction to bring the community under. The other agency that has become very, very, very active is the Indian Post. A lot of it is online. A lot of it is direct benefit transfer. A lot of it is on payment. All of that has been streamlined now along with them, and we are actually getting. We are also training our own communities to run the common service centers. Now, communities are getting licensed from the ministry to run the common service center. So they are directly uploading applications. Very dynamic. We should look at all of that. The whole Eastern experiment is largely to know what is that volume of, my business to actually get a sense of what the problem is. The scheme doesn't have very much in it. They do offer some channel assistance, but that also goes few and far between. And so it's all schemes in the making. One nation, one ration has not got really made. It's just an idea that is being floated to see the viability of the idea. So I think a lot of this can be very much linked to disaster and made part of a wider. The whole ecosystem is there. You just need to dovetail it and.
Yeah, excellent. I think the whole idea of a resilient nation is going to come from resilient communities. And the way we look at the resilient community is the ability of a community to come back from a shock or a stress, which is the unforeseen event that before any other hazard event can come up.
One more last question. In all your training, if you put some kind of tactical training, you actually go to the field, they actually show you what is happening. Immediately you can get different things coming together and generating a better solution in the context of climate change.
Absolutely. So we really have a capacities like what Dr. Ravindra wants.
I just want to underline what touched on, and I don't know if we understood the really good idea that you guys had was to be able to, and talking about the postal service development, to be able to use the network that governments have. Sometimes the point was they're already there. Can they be creating parallel systems that have to be invented from scratch and developed from scratch, and need more money to train these people? The networks are also going to make the very formal settlements. The postman, can they be used, in some ways? So I really like it's very valid.
Absolutely, and excellent. I think I know now it's the time period we are sitting between the and angle over the. But this is what the point of noticing is we're maybe leaving it to the post-lunch discussion. So what are these layers which are existing, including the one which Akhila is saying, these post offices, the NCC, NSS, then you came the various schemes, frontline volunteers, ASHA, Anganwadi workers, all those things. We have layers of these volunteers there. They needed to be trained on a common, minimum common training. And then we train on, we don't look at numbers in a huge number. I think we can't live with 1 lakh or 2 lakh of them. We're looking at 10% of our population trained, and that becomes 15 crores. For India, as of this date, 2030, I think we'll be much higher for that. We look at those numbers. How to do that quickly and all those things to address is going to be both the topic of discussion post lunch and looking forward to that discussion. And that time, I know there are a lot of interesting ideas that come up. I think there will be opportunities to carry forward these ideas post lunch also, and I'm very sure we will make some very good useful inputs to the NPDRR. But in any case, I think the inputs are also very good to all of us. That collaborative forum together to contribute beyond making it measurable. Okay, so please stay with that. Please continue with your thinking over lunch, and we have eaten into a lot of time, but I think all good thoughts of going. So maybe we can we come back to 50? Is that fair? Right? Yes, smaller here, and also the people online. I request that kindly carry forward your plates and be back before 2:50. Right, so help us stay organized, and we're looking forward to the next level of discussion. Thank you so much.
Answer. Can you have a group photo now or after that? Yeah. And some people can move that side and some can sit here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. That's very,
That's when, yeah. Children circle.
TM23.
Yeah, this one.
NCC.
Yeah, this. Yeah.
AM.
See. Copy it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good.
Lunch. You are entitled to it? You are, yeah. You can confuse, but, give that. Good.
Second is to give us capacity building.
I'll just
Taking
say
this summary together, what?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sir, I am Siljo. I was contacting.
We are ready to go on with the job. It is from Kerala, but scheduled is late. Also from Kerala? Yeah. It's from Kerala. Hello?
Yeah. हाँ करते
विमल बाबू
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
You can also hear us.
Try again, once again.
Sally sir, I hope we are audible to you.
I'm General Sahi, ma'am. Yeah, you're audible.
Yes, sir. So we're just now starting with the second session of the day, which is focusing on capacity building for disaster risk reduction. And I welcome all of the participants and the panelists who are present here and online. And I would like to invite Shri Lieutenant General Ravindra Pratap Sahi, Vice Chairman of Uttar Pradesh State Disaster Management Authority, who will be giving the keynote address before we begin the session. Over to you, sir.
All right, ma'am, I will start it straight away. I've been asked to talk on this CRR in the urban kind of a scene. However, whether it is urban on local or rural, the CRR continues to be the same. And the DRR building will also have to be same kind of a thing, with the difference as far as the area is concerned. And therefore, the capacity building in DRR is a process by developing the knowledge, skills, and other abilities, especially of the individuals, the communities and organizations, to prepare for and respond to the disasters effectively. And therefore, the capacity building is essential in DRR because it ensures stakeholders who are equipped with necessary skills and knowledge to anticipate, prepare for, and respond to the disasters and the vulnerabilities when they appear. And what I'm trying to say that as far as disaster risk is the of disaster management. So, the most important subject on which we are talking to today, and subsequently on 10th and 11th on the national platform. And as far as India is concerned, due to the unique geographical and the geological conditions, India.
In 20 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
As I was saying that as far as our own country is concerned, geographically and geologically conditions, as far as India is concerned, is vulnerable to natural hazards from the sea coastline and right up to the high altitude in Himalayas, from cyclone to avalanche, and of course the floods and other kind of disasters and this thing, depending upon where you are staying in our own country is concerned. Therefore, all these disasters put together, they put a lot of damage and burden on the society. And at the same time, in case we take care of them by advance warning, early warning, doing early preparedness, and any kind of action, then we'll be able to reduce the damage which these disasters are likely to cause. As you are aware, India is the 7th largest country, but we have a population of 1.41 billion people. Possibly we are number one now. I think we have already overtaken China. And it is the second most populous, is the most populous country in the world. The disaster management scenario is undergoing tremendous change as our own country is concerned, because last decade there's seen a lot of international events taking place, and of which our own country is signatory to it. But most important is the Prime Minister's 10-point program. And if you see all those events, international events which we are signatory to, have been rightly summarized in the 10 points of our Honorable Prime Minister. And therefore, if we talk of the 10-point program itself, then we'll be covering almost all the international agreements to which our own country is signatory. And DRR has again gained a lot of impact in the recent past. And I'm sure we are on the right path. And in times to come, we'll be able to develop our capacities to deal with each and every disaster. However, where I feel that there are certain important to be taken is first and the foremost the strengthening of the disaster management institutions and organizations itself. It must be supported as far as infrastructure is concerned. The legal options as also it should be made mandatory as far as the school curriculum is concerned. Let's treat our children as the brand ambassadors for disaster management. And as I've been saying in UP, let's connect with the children from primary to PhD. In the initial stages, they can be given a exposure to the type of disasters which we face, and subsequently, as they grow, they develop their own kind of a habit to learn about the disasters, but make it a compulsory curriculum as far as children are concerned from the primary level to the graduation and even doctorate level. Next point I have is that we have to bring in the technology part of it. Partly it has been already started. Case in point is use of drones in early warning, in sending messages, and even in transfer of medicines and so on and so forth. Therefore, the drone technology has to be brought in. The most scientific advancement which have taken place in early warning, especially in the cyclone-prone area, the flood areas, avalanche areas, wherein the sinking on the mountains which is taking place, the people can be forewarned to reduce the damage, as also the constructions which are going on in these places should keep in mind the type of disaster which is likely to occur in that area. So that will give a safeguard right from the building, building of any kind of a construction work which is taking place in those areas. I have talked about the scientific advancement need to be brought in. I have talked about the kind of a technologies which has to be built in bringing up our construction activity. And subsequently, the most important is the training and creating awareness among the people of what to do, what not to do. That is very important. If the awareness is there, we'll be able to reduce the damages which are likely to take place. Capacity building should involve wide range of activities, including training, education, awareness raising, research, and knowledge management. Where I find that research is still an arena where we must work little more, which is still not presently available as far as our own country is concerned. These were my thoughts, opening remarks. I think I've taken about 5-7 minutes. Anything else I can talk about? You're most welcome to. I will.
Sir, thank you.
Definitely.
Sir, thank you so much. This is Vikram from Sphere India. I think I joined you in the event in Lucknow also. And today morning we have had very interesting discussions from the perspective of urban resilience building. One common point which is evolving in the most of discussion is that we need to have a footprint, a nodal point in the communities. Who is aware of all the essentials of disaster management, DRR, even the mission life, largely promoted after the COP27 by the Prime Minister's direct words. So they need to be aware of these, and we will have this trained volunteers in the communities. Now, to this session, we are going to focus on that, from where these trained volunteers can come in. And for a country with the highest population in the world, like what you're saying, what percentage of volunteers, we should be aiming at quickly to be trained. So one idea is that at least 1% that is, get trained with 5.5 crores, get trained by 2025, and maybe by 2030, we should be aiming at least 10% of population that is trained. So according to this session, which we're looking at is, we are having the Colonel Kareem with us, representing the DG NCC, and we are having a representative from NSS. We are also having one representative from the Corporate Foundation, who has a lot of corporate volunteers. There are 2.2 lakh workforce exists, and we also looking at a lot of community civil society organizations for community volunteers. how all of these volunteers can be organized into a one common platform and we can work out a minimum common framework of their capacity building. So that's a thought, sir. So what is, sir, your vision? We discussed something same along these lines, including the capacity building for the line departments on for better utilization of the flexi fund and other funds which are available for DRR. So it will be really helpful if you can also give your vision and recommendations toward these things that how we can achieve that. We will try to include that in our NPDRR. So request you for 2 more words from your side.
You have rightly brought it out because the line departments of the government have to be on board. Unfortunately, they are either fully not aware of the orders of the government on the subject is concerned. I think they need to be brought that any developmental program which they are launching, as per the government orders, Government of India orders, 10 to 15% amount must cater for the kind of disasters or the hazards in which the building is to come up or any government activities to take place. Now, if we insist on that, that itself will be a great beginner, and we will be able to ensure that any area which is any developmental work which is taking place caters for the likely hazard and the disaster. That is one issue. Therefore, the line departments have to be brought on board, either through interaction, through awareness, by having continuous meeting with them, as also asking each department to nominate a nodal officer who needs to report of any developmental activity which is taking place to the disaster management authority, so that we are in touch with the department from project to project, and then we can also put in our views as far as development work is concerned. So very rightly you have brought it out that we need to focus on this, and if we focus on this, at least the projects which are to come up in future will have inbuilt you can say inbuilt thing as far as disaster management is concerned. Now, apart from that, the mitigation work and resilience, which the latest finance commission, the money has already been allocated to the states. I think the takeoff of the funds are very less. I'm sure other states also may be having similar problem or similar situation, but that also needs to be impressed upon that money is already available for building in their resilience, making sure that the likely damages which are likely to be caused, we can foresee and carry out the activities as a part of preparedness activity rather than relief and rescue operation. Now, another point I would like to say, I'll like to mention that the buzzword which is going on, that we have made a paradigm shift from relief and rescue to resilience and this thing. Have we really done it? And the answer is, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think we have done it to the extent required. I'm not being negative, but until unless we carry out a detailed check, we'll come to know what I'm saying, that there is a lot of scope available to bring in this word of all-round development, taking care of the disaster management issues are concerned. And therefore, presently we are at least little more focused towards the relief part of it. We need to bring in the resilience projects, the mitigation projects, to ensure that the area which is likely to be facing these kind of dangers, these kind of disasters, is already built in as far as the resources are concerned. Finances are available. The only thing we'll have to start with the projects straight away, and we are already behind schedule as far as implementing and utilization of this huge amount which is available through mitigation fund.
Sir, thank you so much. Sir, regarding the creating a cadre of trained volunteers across the communities, and maybe also how we can leverage the capacities within NCC, NSS, Nehru Club, and the others also. Is there some vision from and recommendations from your side, sir, for that? Because next we're going to hear from their side.
You see, we have a whole lot of organizations available, maybe volunteer, maybe semi-volunteer. But I think the role and responsibilities of the Disaster Management Authority, as per the role and responsibilities at DM Act, the is the right platform wherein all these people should be trained because of the commonality of effort which will be required. You have Nehru, you have Kane, you have NCC, your name there. So all these, whatever training we have to do, we must be centralized, maybe from one organization to another, but the syllabus has to be centralized. Otherwise, giving them money, they may not be able to look at the finer nuances which are required for the disaster management. And that is why Disaster Management Authority, which has been created under DM Act 2005, is the right organization to ensure this training across the board of all these organizations must take place.
Thank you so much, sir. Very useful. And this set of leadership can come from the states. I think the disaster management being state subject also, and SDMAs are at the cutting edge. We will stay tuned with you beyond this information also, sir, that how we can work and take some of these ideas forward for the state of UP. Thanks a lot for your work.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. I wish the event a great success and then see you in Delhi.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I think we move forward with our discussions from here. AD, NIDM, and Professor Santosh was to join us for this session, but unfortunately, there's a meeting called at Vigyan Bhavan, MHA, for the preparation for the main event of the NPDRR. So he may be able to join us a little later the evening through online while he's standing at the board meeting. I think we will move to our next presentation. So it's the Shri M.S. Vedanathan. He's the consultant Tamil Nadu SDMA. Is Mr. Vedanathan on line? Yes. So you can unmute yourself, Mr. Vaidyanathan.
Yes.
Yes. I think you got to do it again. Maybe you have to unmute. Yes.
I have shared my presentation to the organizers. Probably it would be easy for them to upload it there itself without loss of time. And and I have been asked to make share my ideas on challenges in identifying and training volunteers. And I have added one more word called retention also. So I'll be talking about challenges identifying and training volunteers and retention. So basically, volunteers can help the disaster managers in a wide range of activities in all the cycles of disaster management during pre-disasters, during disasters, and post-disasters. But the underlying point is volunteerism comes with does not come with any monetary reward, and that is not the principal motivating factor. Having said that, without expecting any monetary benefits, we get a lot of volunteers coming from different diversified group in language, education, gender, and individual skill set, etc. But the challenge is to emphasize the common purpose of their role in the whole cycle of disaster management. They come with different expectations also. So what is volunteerism has to be made clear to them, and
mic can help. Will you check with him on the mic when?
So I think you got mute probably.
No, he's on. Sir, we can't hear you. Sir, are you there? I think he dropped out.
Okay, so no problem. I think till he comes back. We have with us here Colonel Hari Krishnan. He is the Colonel Training at Headquarters Director General NCC. Colonel Hari comes from a rich experience working with the Indian Army and especially at the headquarters level now at NCC. So we look forward to hear from him that what's his perspective on building capacity of NCC cadets for emergency preparedness and response. And I think it's really good, fortunate for us that he has been part of some of discussion we were having in previous session also, and he was hearing all of us in terms of the kind of a role we are looking for a focal point in community, and we see that NCC, the young footprint which is there in the community has a potential to play that role. So having heard all that, I think it's good to hear his perspective. I think here's a presentation to upload, Siljo, but beyond presentation also we work forward to this issue. So over to Colonel.
Thank you, sir. I'm Colonel Hari, as he has introduced, and I'm an infantry officer. So I felt quite old because till this point in time I have been responding to disasters. So I don't have any. First time I am telling somebody about the policy things or capacity buildings and everything. Wherever I am posted, either I have been asked to send a column to for a disaster, or I myself was taking my team to react to any disaster, whether I was posted in Kerala or either I was posted in Srinagar or way back in Assam also. I could recall when there was a flood-like situation. So and I'm feeling again on because I'm the only one sitting in uniform and rest everybody is in different attire. So that is quite okay. But I'm relieved that whoever was invited me is also next major. So and I'm quite relieved that nobody else knows that. Only I'm only privy to that. So that is also a quite amazing fact. So my topic which has been giving is the building capacity of NCC cadets for emergency preparedness and response. So I can only say what NCC has, because what I understand is most of them know what is NCC. They have seen an NCC cadet during their course of life, where they are moving around some place or attending some RD parade. But most of them may not be aware what is the cadre strength of NCC, what is the structure of NCC, so that my aim is to present you with the facts where how to leverage that strength of NCC. That is up to the government or whoever is the policy making authorities to decide. Okay, next. So I'll try to cover in the following manner. Next. So this is the world's largest uniform youth organization. It was actually this is the only organization which is having an act passed by the parliament. So that is the uniqueness of the NCC, and it is a very detailed act which lays down what is should be the enrollment, how a unit should be raised, and what are the pay and allowances, what should be the discipline, and again how a person or the house in a Navy officer should be posted to the NCC. So it was way back in 1948, and we started with the boys cadet initially, and by 1950 we are the first organization, I think in this country only, to allow the women also to join NCC. So that way we are quite unique in that aspect also. Next. Yeah, okay. So the aim of the NCC, there is also a slightly a common perceived notion is that NCC is mainly a feeder to the armed forces. It is not like that. The aim of NCC is to develop character, comradeship, discipline, and leadership of a boy or a girl who is just in the school or in his college. That is the aim actually. And generally people feel that it is being made so that people join the armed forces. It is not like that. If he is becoming a responsible citizen, in the meantime he joins army, then we are happy with that. Otherwise, we don't stress that that person to join the armed forces. Next. So coming on to the organizations, so the headquarters is in New Delhi, that is where I am coming from. Then we have got 17 state directorates, though as on India today we have got 38 states and 8 UTs, but still we have some combination of states to form 17 directorates. In addition to that, we have 2 officer training academies, Gwalior and Kampi, to train the associated NCC officers who will be subsequently training this cadet. Anybody who doesn't know what is an associated NCC officer, he is a professor from the college or a teacher from the school only, who is a permanent staff, who is a willing volunteer to train this cadet. So she or he is given and is being given certain perks and privileges, so that she is the main interface between us and the student. So she is the one who is in that same college only, and she is the one who is training the cadets. And further, we have got 98 group headquarters, under which there are 825 units. So out of which the army component, there is a navy component, and there is an air force component also. So major chunk, that is the 84% is the army component, and the cadet strength is also generally are more in an army unit only. So ranges from 1400 to 3520. So whenever you see an NCC cadet, so he will be belonging to any one of the 825 units which are flagged in that yellow color. Next. So the beauty about NCC is that there is we have got a pan-India presence, and I don't think there any maybe some part of Leh and Ladakh. Other than that, minor portion somewhere in the northeast, we have got a presence somewhere or other, and the total number of colleges and is around approximately 20,000. FS is the fully self-financing scheme which has been introduced last 4 years back, so that there is a large waiting list in which an university, anybody who wishes to start an NCC, he on its own funding can start it. So accordingly, we have got 1189. Otherwise, there is a specific funding. The 75% is by the center and 25% is by the state. Other than that, Northeast and J&K is being 100% funded by the central government. So the urban footprint is 56, and the beauty is that when you are talking about disaster management, whatever little I can, the most of the things which you are looking at rural, we have got 44% footprint in the rural areas also. Next. So whenever we talk about any institution, we should both have certain capabilities also and certain limitations also. So the capabilities are mostly well known. That is the reason why most of them want to associate with NCC. Basically, it is discipline and structure training, and anybody joins as a volunteer. There is no force structure to join anybody the NCC, and it has got a well designed curriculum which develops into a leader in any walk of life. The limitation is that anybody who joins, after all, is a kid only. So his primary focus is on his education. If he is not focusing, his parents will be also there to make him focus. So we can't always ask him to come for all the activities that he is doing. So that is there are a lot of negative reactions from parents. It is wrong if we are involving in any of these activities. Sometimes people think that it is equivalent or it's a grade or a shade below the army or the air force. So it is not that. So it's after all they are boys and girls only. So their training cannot be compared at par with the uniform forces, but they are better than a normal school going boy or a girl. And I think even the calamities when you are looking at talking about disaster per se, so that person is also from the affected family. So whether he will be a volunteer at that point of time to contribute, so that is again a question mark. Next. So we are not due to anything disaster management. We in fact for the sake of this persons who are sitting here, that we have got around 3-year training for anybody who wants to join at the senior division. SD and SW stand for SD senior division, and senior wing is for the girls and SD is for the boys. So we have got a curriculum which is well structured for of 300 periods for 3 years, and for a junior wing that is starting from the 8th standard onwards, we have got a 240 periods for 2 years. So in this curriculum, this is in addition to that, there is a camp training also which happens. One camp has to be conducted in India. So that is the other than the centrally organized camp like an RDC camp or a special national integration camps or state Bharat camps which we keep organizing during the span of the year. So we have got a structured curriculum in which the disaster management also forms a part. So that is what is being generally covered here. We have got an institutional training which is the 100% strength has to attend. The camp training, that is the practical training of the institution, which is being done for which forms around part of the 60% strength attends that. Then we have got attachment training with the Army units, the Air Force units, and the Naval units. Only the 2% of the strength attends that. And again, adventure forms 1% of the curriculum. And then we have got poor as well. We get a chance to go to 10 foreign countries. We have got employees with the 10 friendly foreign countries, mostly which are our neighbors only. So this is how a training curriculum is structured in the NCC. Okay, next. So in that, this is the military training forms 63 parts and the military leadership forms the 17 parts. And in that syllabi, there is a 6% which forms part of our disaster management, which the basic things of disaster management are taught. And the major chunk of our syllabus is for social service and community development that forms 20%, in which most of the people are engaging in clean green India campaigns or any of the government initiatives, and also cleaning of statues, conservation of water bodies. So any of that themes, generally the most of the places the NCC cadets participate. Next. So the training already mentioned it forms 6% of the syllabi, and also various lectures and trainings are also important. The SDMA and the NDMA team at the local levels comes and gives 1-day capsule or 2-day capsules in the 10-day camps, which is generally conducted once in a year. Similarly, we have also included the syllabus for the associated Navy officers in the OT and County and Gwalior. In addition to that, we have recently, last 2 years, we have also introduced a 3-day capsule by the SDMA, which forms part of the curriculum so that they get some understanding of the disaster management. Okay, next. These are the syllabus that is we generally dedicate approximately 13 periods for the disaster management for the senior division and the senior wing cadets. Next, and this is the syllabus for the junior division and the junior wing, which we approximately cover 10 periods. Next, so we have been again with the introduction of this Avda Mitra scheme, we have introduced the practical training at camps, and they are already live with the NDMA and SDMA for this purpose. So they come and visit us during the camps and do the training. And in all the state level mock exercise, the command level, that is the state headquarters or the group headquarters of the NCC attends, and they are an active participant of any of the mock exercises being conducted by the SDMA or the NDMA. So it is generally done at the state wise. Okay, next. So there are certain guidelines which the government, and we do have an SOP for what all work and NCC cadets can be employed. But only thing the government has specified is that we have to take the permission of the central government before employing them. So generally that permission comes. So generally during floods, calamities, family. So the NCC has been involved, and only volunteer cadets generally of senior division, because there are 8 standard, 9 standard boys, we can't expect all these things. So we generally employ the senior division cadets only. Not only SD, we employ SW cadets also. And we have got a comprehensive SOP on how to liaise, how the command and structure should be, how the reporting channel should be, what should be the safety and security, and how they should be employed. We have the systems in place and we have been employed. The next. So I am not dwelling since its inception. These are the 2018 almost 45,000 have been employed in all the floods. Another example which I have not covered here is we call it an exercise Yogdan, in which during the COVID almost 1,90,000 cadets voluntarily. There was some inhibitions in by the parents in the early stages of the COVID, but we do have a substantial amount of cadets on their own. When one of the cadets of Delhi, when PM has mentioned in the Mann Ki Baat, her name is Cadet Ayushi. So she on her own, she's from a doctor's family background, so she on her own has supplied assisting traffic control management and everything. So there are a few volunteers which have been mentioned at the national level also. The reason one being that when the Amarnath Yatra cloud burst, there was a course which was happening in HMI, and one of the cadets from that Jammu region only, he voluntarily participated in that. So that is how we have been wherever the mandate is given. So we are more than happy to do that. I think this is what I have to brief you regarding what my organization is, what is its strength, what are its capabilities. Rest, there is a proposal which has come from the NDMA also to upscale the Aamda Mitra scheme. So we have given our recommendations with respect to that. So we hope that as a volunteer force, 14 lakh force, it's not a small force. So largest youth organization in the world. So I think we'll be able to positively contribute to any of the disaster management in whatever best manner it will be possible. So if you have got any queries, any suggestions, so we have got, as of date, 37% is good. No, we don't. Till date, nobody has. I'm not aware whether. I'm not really about to answer that out there, but as of date, I can say that these 37% is girls here, and if somebody applies for NCC, I'm not sure about army. Nobody has applied. My knowledge knows nobody has transgender has come in and wish and stated that wish to join NCC. Then accordingly, that statement is taken up. We already require them to. Yeah. Yeah, that is because.
This is definitely a question.
Yes,
I don't. There is no difference in a uniform, a boy cadet or a girl cadet players. So if some transgender joins, so that is taken care of. Unlike in the society that I have to dress like this or because in Poland it is not like that. As an officer, me also and the lady officer wear the same compact things. They work in the same condition. So we are the government changes the policy. Then I am not to actually take on that. Even my pay grade has to answer that. I'll put it in a very diplomatic.
37% is
girls, and by 2025, we are looking to take it to 40%. Subsequently, but it has to be a volunteer. Girls are doing. In fact, this time that Republic Day parade has been commanded by a girl cadet. Again, whenever DAP visits, again, the girl, she was from Northeast and she was the one who was. You know, yeah, because there are a lot of misnomer. Try to correct it. You know, people think that NCC is for making people join the armed forces. It's not like that. It's making a responsibility. That is the mandate which is being given by the government. So,
I just want to make one step. Whenever we talk about gender, it's not something like this. We have to compulsorily talk about all diversity.
Annie George wants to speak.
you want to say something?
Good afternoon.
No, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Annie, please go ahead.
Okay. That was a very interesting talk. Oh, you want to see me also? I'm just switching it on one moment.
We can see you. We can see you.
Okay. So basically, there were two things that I wanted to know, sir, from you. One was after they pass out of the 10 after college, then do you still continue to maintain links with them? So this retention part of it is very important because a lot of students have passed through your training programs. So how best could we utilize the the force that has already, there's a huge number of people who've undergone your training. So along with that question is a suggestion. Would it be possible for you to link them up with the local governance structures that are already in existence, because they would be going to the school or to the college in a place which is close to their house? So if they could be linked up with the local governance mechanisms, then for continuity and that we keep on getting their support, maybe we would be able to maintain links with them at those decentralized levels. So would NCC units be doing anything to support this retention? Thank you.
Actually, we have got an alumni association also. So if you start with the president, and also the defense minister are the, if you see the number, first, second, and third is already an ex-NCC cadet. So that way, we have got an alumni association and it is also working with. And we are also using this certain organization like NPDRR. Here again, they have formed an organization. They come back and again interact with the cadets also, and they do carry out certain teaching or to the NCC cadets also regarding leadership. Because you find so many people who are doing very well, who are an ex-NCC cadet. That is one part of it. But we do have our own database like this NCC. Generally, we do the certification also. So in the junior level, there is A certification, and at the senior level, there is a B certificate and C certificate. So we do have a database with the cadets who are having this certification. And this alumni association is, as of date, is the only thing which binds between, and again, it's again a voluntary thing. Force anybody to become an alumni. So the database is available readily, but it is again for the government or anybody to make him utilize that cadet, because we have trained him to a certain extent. So if he leaves college also, it is up to the government missionary to catch hold of him, because he himself will go to any place. Like suppose he applies for any job, there are certain extra points which is being given for a A certificate.
Yeah.
So the system knows that the person who is coming to him, he is either gone to that NCC training or not. So it is easy for the system to actually catch hold of it, because most of the places have got some grace mark for an NCC cadet. So generally the database is available. The system, if wants to utilize that cadet, that is also readily available. So it is a win-win situation.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, sir. And I think it's been a privilege for me to see someone in uniform. I think it's a privilege for us to have such uniform here in this room. And for me personally, also, I think the being in uniform comes with certain mandates, a part of certain structure, right? And we work as per that structure mandate. I can say from my own experience in one day. And of course, it's as just pointed out again, my work post my retirement has been very different ways. So I look at my production and distribution, as the basis required there for the execution of my work. So that's great. And the questions that you have started with that. Certainly, there are points which some of us feel that for our gender norms and gender culture, which we are evolving as a society, they need to reflect on various other institutions also. And definitely, I think it's clear we have a point of discussion which Hari can take up with his high institution, and we are the larger making conditions also. But definitely, he comes with the mandate delegated to him as a part of structure course, which we all look at and understand and respect that. I move forward to the next discussion. Now we have a second, very interesting organized issue is NSS. National Services. And we have Shri Kamal Kumar, he is Assistant Program Advisor with NSS. And we'd like to know from you, sir, about your organization and again the contribution is making to the management. And anything that you feel like we can take it forward through this platform to NPDRR. Over to you, Dr.
Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Namaskar. My greetings to all present, both offline and online. I am Dr. Kamal Kumarkar and I am the Assistant Program Advisor in NSS Headquarters, New Delhi. Sorry that I couldn't meet you physically due to my sudden ill health. So it's my excuse and my apologies that in next time I'll be able to meet all of you. Disaster management is one of my personal passion, you can say. Since 2003, we have been working in disaster management in a structured manner. So now coming to NSS, the organization. Let me tell you, this is an organization under Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. In the world, this is the largest student volunteer program sponsored by the government. It's on the record. We have 40 lakh NSS volunteers enrolled into the organization at any date. So, and these programs, before going to the details and the plan for disaster management, let me share something about the organization. We have the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports at the apex body. And then we have the Directorate of NSS. Next, please. The Directorate of NSS at Delhi, which controls and everything, the planning, the execution, the monitoring is done by the Directorate of NSS. And we have 15 regional directorates across the country. Somewhere 2 states, somewhere 3 states. In Northeast, we have one regional directorate at Guwahati. Then we have at the every state level, we have the state NSS officer, and in country we have 35 state NSS cell. This is set up with the state government with 100% financed by Government of India. They look after the implementation in coordination with the regional directorate, and the main activity of the state NSS cell is to help to reduce the red tapeism, we can say, to facilitate the interdepartmental coordination in the state government level with each and every departments. The line ministries in headquarters, we are doing with the line ministries simultaneously. The state NSS cell, they work with the line departments in the state government to work. Then we have 657 universities with us out of 1043, if I am not wrong, as per the UGC record, 1043 are the universities, out of which 657 we are having our presence, and in 51 plus 2 councils and director of technical education. This is in a small brief I'm telling. So in almost all academic sphere, almost all streams of education, NSS is presence. At the university level, we have a program coordinator who caters to the university, the affiliated colleges or the UTG or the university teaching departments at the university. And the main thing, if we go to the grassroots level, who is the main implementers, that is the NSS volunteers. That is in the +2, that is 11th, 12th, and the degree classes in somewhere in the postgraduate classes. So the number total comes to 40 lakhs as per the record. And we have the all verified databases with us, the details of the volunteers. Now coming to next, please. Now coming to the existing setup of disaster management, what we are having. But before that, let me tell you how we work. There are generally two types of activities we undertake under NSS. Let me tell you, this is the voluntary program. And as Lieutenant General was saying, voluntary program was without any reward or without any monetary benefit. That excellently we know, and this is the spirit of the program. So in our programs, we have two types of activities. That is 120 hours in a year, one volunteer has to devote for community services. So in 2 years, they have to complete 240 hours of community services, out of which 20 hours is general orientation and 30 hours is the campus development, and the rest 190 hours is for the community development. In the community development, they work on various core areas. There are set areas of 6 core areas which we have: education, health, women empowerment, social work. And in that environment, and in that the major another part which is it is already mainstreamed into our activities, that is disaster management. After 2004, the NSS activity has undertaken the disaster management programs in our regular as well as special camping programs. We have a special camping program. To that mean every NSS unit that is in the college or the school, we call it one NSS unit led by one faculty member of the college or the school, +2 school, who is called as a program officer. So every NSS unit has to adopt a village in the rural area or a slum in the urban area. And all these activities are to be carried out in these villages apart from the campus. So the core term what we use in NSS is that campus to community, college to village, knowledge to action, or in the other word, you can say lab to land. So whatever they're learning, they implement these things, they do the experiment, they do the experience in the adopted villages. And this number of adopted villages is more than 31,000. The villages and slums are being adopted by NSS. I'm telling the last year's data. So my point is that now coming to the disaster management, what are the existing setup we are having? Let me tell you, since 2004, the activities are being mainstreamed in our regular activities. So the lecture demonstrations are being organized in the institutions for the NSS volunteers. Then we have our own training centers. These program officers, whose number is approximately 39,000 across the country. So these 39,000 program officers are being trained by our in-house training centers. We have 29 training centers across the country, and these volunteers, these program officers are being trained by these our training centers. In we have a half-day program for the disaster management training. Then the volunteers, what they do after these program officers, they go back to their institutions. They work mainly on 2-3 things. Because let me tell you, our volunteers are not that much technically well trained or well equipped, because they are not been trained to cope up with all the things. So basic things generally we expect, and our volunteers been trained. So that is main on the CPR and the rescue. So CPR is the major part which they have been given training by the program officers. Of course, they rope in the local medical authorities in their nearby institutions, or the SDMA people, or SDRR. So depending upon their location, they involve the different certified agencies to carry out this CPR, as well as basic rescue and rehabilitation, the secondary part. So basic rescue and CPR is the two main things which we generally teach, train our volunteers on that. And mock drills in regular interval in the district administration and the authorities. mock drills are being organized in the institutions, and NSS volunteers are the proactive part of the this exercise. Then they help to carry out the evacuation plan, the formation of evacuation plan in the institutions. And again, as we know that every thing in disaster management, it requires practice, practice, and practice. So this mock drills and evacuation plan and the teams, formation of the different type of teams. Then in the community, they do the basic survey of the community. Then the safety plans in the community, because in adapted villages or the slums, this is more important things. And these volunteers, they have the direct access to the community, they interact with the community members, and somewhere it is, whenever it is required, they also help for the retrofitting type of things in the villages, which is also a major part. So mainly the community-based disaster management plan or the community-based disaster preparedness, these volunteers, they are more helpful because they work directly and inside the community. And then they are the fast responders, as they are saying in the community. Before any help comes to the affected people, those who are staying there, they are the fast responders, and our volunteers, they carry out their role in a perfect manner. So this is the thing. And let me share you some of our experience, what our volunteers had done. So this is the in West Bengal recently in last year, they helped the railway accident victims. So though this is not natural disaster, but whenever any chaos occurs, any problem occurs, our volunteers immediately they come into action and they do the things. Next, please. Next. Yes. In Gujarat, the flood, everywhere, wherever there is flood, either in Gujarat, in Assam, in Kerala, wherever there is flood, our volunteers, they work, I can say 24/7, they have work there. They run the community kitchens, mainly help for distribution of relief materials. They became the navigators. My personal experience, I can share you, truckloads of relief materials were deposited there, but there were no person to guide these people where to reach and how to reach. In that point, our volunteers became instrumental and they became the navigators with the drivers and they reached the destinations. Next, please. Next one, please. So flood is the major part. So again, apart from this relief part, our volunteers are being trained to how to overcome in unplanned incident in the flood affected area. For example, in Kerala, our volunteers are regularly trained on swimming. So what are the geographical area, what is the flood affected area, and then what is the contour of the village, which area is about to, which is liable to be submerged in water. So what is the safest place in the village, identification of the place, and all these community-based activities are being done by our volunteers. The relief part is the secondary part. Next, please. Yes, so these are the work which our volunteers had done. Next, please, because I have simply I'm sharing the experience of NSS Pan India. In every state, we are having the NSS volunteers are there. Next, please go on. In Assam recently, the flood, our volunteers worked perfectly in collaboration with the district administration. Next one. Again, in Arunachal Pradesh, they have worked. So these are some things which I want to share, that whenever there is a natural calamity or whenever there is a requirement of any help from the youth, our volunteers, they don't remain behind, they come to the forefront. This is one of our experience in Dongri in Mumbai. There is a building collapse, and immediately our volunteers who are staying there, they immediately came into action, and their activities and their help was been praised by the Mumbai Fire and Rescue Department. In Maharashtra, we have a systematic training of NSS volunteers called Ahwan, in which selected volunteers from every district, are being trained by the Disaster Management Authority SDMA, and of course NDRF, SDRF is helping them to be trained on disaster management. So my point is that after the training, immediately these volunteers become helpful in the community whenever there is a disaster or whenever there is a crisis in the community. So this is our practical theory and practical training as well as implementation. Then our volunteers, they went up to far up to Nepal also to carry out the relief work after the Nepal earthquake, and it was been appreciated by our all the people in Nepal, also in our embassies also. So they have appreciated the work of NSS volunteers. Next, please. So this one is the training for what I was saying. This is the systematic training in Maharashtra we are doing. Volunteers are being identified and they are being trained. And this trained database of the volunteers is always shared with the district administration. So whenever there is any requirement, the volunteers are being called, and let me tell you, they are not called, they voluntarily they come and join the work. So this is again the flood relief work of the volunteers, what they work. Last year, the flood, the roads were submerged. Our volunteers in Solapur area, they managed to manage the traffic. Actively, they manage the traffic. They are the movement of the people. They install the barricades, they install the ropes and everything. And it was been praised by the district administration. Because everybody know that this activities should spread ahead. Next, please. The activities should spread ahead. Government doesn't have any large number force to match and to take all the activities each and every place. So we require volunteers. So now we have the target. There is a program which we are going to work with NDMA, as Colonel Hari told. So in that we have having a target to train 1 lakh volunteers in disaster management with the supporting equipments also. If it is materialized, then definitely it will be a great help. So my main point which I want to emphasize here is that disaster management or disaster risk, this should be part of a behavior. If we go on adding that it should be a part of curriculum, okay, of course that we should have the knowledge of that one. But until and unless we practice this one, until and unless it is in our behavior, in our practice, in our day-to-day life, then it is of no use if it is the only threat. So we are trying to make our volunteers capable enough to handle any crisis it comes. So in every year, then the beauty of this program is that we have 40 lakhs volunteer, and every year 50% of them are out. So every year we are having 20 lakh volunteers in our field, in our fold. So we are very proud to train them on different issues. Disaster management, of course, one of them. So all the issues, all the main objective what we take is that to develop their holistic development, that is personality development through community service. So community service, community-based activities is the core of NSS. So being the largest student volunteer program, we expect that whenever there is a requirement in the nation, the volunteers came forward. Here I want to place on record one thing. During COVID-19, 1,60,000 volunteers, they actively, physically worked with the district administration at various places across the country, and more than 25 lakh volunteers, they digitally from their home, they work for disaster management for the COVID-19 activities. So this is from my side. I would expect to answer any questions. Once again, my apologies to not be there physically, though I am based in Delhi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Excellent presentation.
So can we have Marshall too, and then we can combine?
Okay. So maybe we'll look at one more presentation first, and then have questions, round of questions. Right. So our next presentation is from Mr. Marshall Park. He is representing HCL Foundation, which is the CSR arm of HCL Technologies. And as we work with them, so HCL Technologies United States have a employee volunteer program, and Excel Foundation, which various partners have a sensitive volunteer program again. And so Marshall will be sharing, from that perspective, maybe the social and behavioral change and promoting climate change, adaptation, and DRR to these volunteers, the network they have. So over to you, Marshall.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Vikrant, and all the dignitaries and the panelists today. I'm so sorry because I'm on field today. Couldn't able to have my presentations as well. So yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity, and hope my voice is coming out well. Clear? Great. Okay. So first of all, it was very excellent, very healthy, panel. I could able to see a lot of discussions coming out, which is also pretty much aligns with my topic on social and kind of behavioral change governance, and particularly I'm looking to bring some kind of practical note and experience what we had, in fact, responding to different other kind of disasters in the country, and understanding and taking the cue from the ongoing other disasters globally. One clear information and straight kind of response which I'm understanding basically from the governance part. Basically the entire theme revolves around the governance part. Is very important for any timely response and a kind of engagement related during and post and pre disaster. That the important role the government plays is very crucial, and we could able to see very good system strengthening initiatives are happening within the ecosystem of the government. The larger ecosystem is also coming from the community, where we could able to see the community preparedness and readiness is also important. Now the next layer, which the bridging between the government and the community and any of the disaster is plays an important role, where we strongly believe it's called the fifth estate, the non-government organizations or a kind of community organization or CBOs, which plays an important role. And taking when we are basically working with some of the partners, what we call implementation agency or any of the government non-government organization, we see the governance part is also an important issue, where we couldn't be able to deliver or explore or a kind of partnership with any of the non-government initiatives. But basically, one, not even their MOA or the memorandum of understanding or the governance structure itself is not very clear whether their organization is fit to do a DRR intervention or the latest climate change adaptation. Not even single word you can find a disaster included in their governance, where it's very, very important. Not even we can find it in the bylaws, but still they could able to say that they are also readily available to any kind of national disaster response. But now it's a high time to think, understand the deliverables and the commitments within an organization, so that the whole lot of exercise and transparency and accountability also revolves around the governance part, which helps the proper deliverables of any of the disasters, which can see a sustainability also works. For that reason, I strongly recommend and observe that all the government and non-government forum has to ensure that there is a clear governance involved in it, and ensure that the CCA adaptability and also a kind of resolution has to pass in right away, including the CSR forums and any other forums, which we strongly believe that CCA and DRR should be part of their MOA or bylaws, not of other governance structure. So one, there is a gap. We immediately want to address that. One, two, community engagement is also a very, very important, crucial role what HCL is playing with closely working with Sphere India and a lot of other stakeholders. Is that how we're going to bring in the kind of resilience within the community and the frontline workers, and how we can bring in the kind of a larger scale that the readiness is there. Of which one important gap, we really feel that disaster hits anyone at any time. So we see pretty much a human face happening, and nowhere some of the instruments which really going for the relief and response, they don't know how to handle animals during any of the disasters, right? How and post disasters is even more worse. Handling the carcass is even more severe and worst thing, and make the community ready. Go back to that kind of back to their kind of normalcy. It takes even delayed, which we really see is a whole lot of issue and gaps which need to be strengthened. So I think this forum would take a whole lot of consensus issues, which can be kind of easily kind of engaged or well channelized into our system, so that we have a very good adaptation and behavioral change happens within the a whole lot of system and instrumentation which is available right now to related to the CC and DRR. So that's a clear 2 point which I really want to put it for your consideration in the panel, which I think the gap has to be understand. Yeah, thanks.
It will be helpful also if you help us understand how the volunteers, axial volunteers and the volunteers of the partners of Axial Foundation, how do you work with them, and what kind of organized volunteers force which can come from institutions like Axial Foundation. I know there are many other corporates and many other larger network of society is there, but knowing it from you from Axial perspective, if you can help us share a bit more on that also.
Sure. I think we have an ethos as an organization itself. We have always a plan for a business continuity. Plan is always there, right? BCP is always there, part of any companies like us, where we deliver our services to all the customers and engagements. As a company friend, yes, there are. And the same way, we also have the same kind of ethos and ecosystem within our system, that any of the internal partners through HCL Foundation as also a global CSR forum, we ensure that this is also taken into different other partners and also different other stakeholders, including the volunteers and the employees and the team within and outside the ecosystem. So this is going to be a kind of entire stakeholder mapping exercise has been done throughout in any of our intervention. So we see we bring that lens of DRR and CC adaptation right during any of the reviews and at the grassroots level to the larger level to the board level. We see that a lot of engagement happens at the different level. So we have very good active groups of within our ecosystem and within HCL, that if there is any relief and any disasters, immediately the team could actively engage into kind of relief and response. And we have a separate forum called Power of One, where through an employee engagement and contribution, we contribute monetary and also physically in terms of relief and rehabilitations. So this is a pretty much part of the ecosystem within our system globally, and any of the yes.
Thank you so much, Marshall. That's very helpful. So I think you elaborate it for the benefit of others. Like we see a presentation from NCC, we saw a presentation from NSS. So here is the corporate foundation, and in the corporate Axial, the 2.2 lakh employees, and what the Axial Foundation as an employee engagement program, they look at that the employees also become available as volunteers when needed, and how the volunteers can be engaged, both physically, digitally, and other multiple ways which the Axial Foundation provide a forum. Now, the canvas for the benefit of everybody, I say, is Axial Foundation is one such entity in the entire ecosystem of thousands of such entities coming in, right? So there, as we are engaging with the corporate foundation, it's not Axial Foundation, we are engaging with Life Foundation, and there are many others. But there are also civil society organizations, like Akhila ji shared in the morning, many of us working here with, and then there are universities. First, the universities have their own youth programs, apart from NCC and SS, and there is also the what's evolving as curriculums for disaster management, getting into the curriculums of other institutions also, and then there is an aspect of training and some train volunteers involving on that process also. So I think as far as this is there a potential to aggregate all these volunteers and have a common minimum training program, which is common to everybody. Beyond that, you can see what additional can be done for the additional specific, like HSC have some specific action, but we can get common minimum training program, which can be coordinated and led by SDMS or NDMA. SDMA is the base general science. There is need to be an aggregated link at a workplace and coordinate. That's the potential which certainly we are resisting. We are having it here. And we will, this we were listening to a presentation from Shri MS Vedyanathan online. He got dropped in between his back. With that, I just want to check this Professor Singh joining here. Who's joining? Okay, you can just check that, so we can have a look at that. So we can look at to continue the hearing the presentation from MS Vedyanathan. He's coming from Tamil Nadu State Disaster Management Authority. So over to you.
इसको जूम चलाना नहीं आता, इसको जूम चलाना नहीं आता, इसको ना पहले वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग कर दिया।
Am I audible, please?
Yes, yes.
I have shared my presentation to the organizers. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. First, I got disconnected, then I was called for a discussion. I had to be there. Next slide, please. The title of my presentation is Challenges in Identifying Volunteers, and I have also added retention also as a challenge. In providing capacity building to the volunteers, there are few points which pose themselves as a challenge, but we also have a solution for them. One is that we will be handling diversified group of people of different ages, different skill sets, different educational qualification, different belief systems, etc. But a human group always can focus on what they have to do if they understand the common purpose. So the solution lies in how effectively we emphasize the common purpose. Is that through that we can overcome to handle the diversified groups. And in a rural setup or in an urban setup, normally the volunteers come with different expectations. Primarily, we have no monetary compensation to the volunteers, so it's purely voluntary service. So that has to be very clearly explained to them. What is volunteerism has to be made it clear to them. When we handle with different skill sets of people, it becomes easy if we can map their skill sets for different purposes. Different purposes in the sense somebody will be good in communication, in end-to-end early warning messages to the local habitation or local wards, and some will be good in giving first aid, some will be good in swimming, somebody will be good in providing immediate medical assistance to the affected people. Somebody will be good in extending psychosocial support. Somebody will be good in documentation. So we need to map their skills. And after a prolonged period of capacity building, what happens is their retention. You know, this is only voluntary work, so really they will be having their own deriving their livelihood support from various job or any other opportunities. They tend to migrate to nearby areas. So for retention, we need to devise programs for engage them during non-disaster periods. If we forget them after the disaster period, there arises a mindset of discontinuity, and so to re-engage them becomes a difficult. So we need to have some engagement of engaging them in the mock drill kind of things, or organizing small awareness campaigns, etc. Through them, we can continuously retain them. The migration of people, we can always look it in a positive way as an opportunity to engage them in a new place. Then the very important thing is, once they are enlightened with knowledge and improved skills, the inherent leadership quality comes out of them. In a power-centric society, nobody wants you to be very enthusiastic of talking about common things and engaging yourself individually or group of people, as a group of people with a community. So we need to train their mind to the extent of working in close coordination with local officials and local political leadership. Local political leadership in the sense the Panchayat Raj institutions or municipalities or corporations, etc. Next one, please. It's okay. So the capacity building does not happen automatically without a changed mindset of the various government departments which are involved in disaster management. Primarily, irrespective of the department, it becomes the individual the most important person, whether he is capable of transforming himself to a new mindset. So the focusing on individuals, next slide please, attitude, values, perspectives, next one, becomes more important. Second, few individuals within a department or institution or a small office can become a good team. Whether the good team can work with a shared vision for a common purpose. Whether they can acquire enough knowledge to handle those new engagements. Whether they can sharpen their skills, attitudes, and whether they can work as a team is very important. So how to lead a team? There can be one leader for a team. Everybody cannot be a leader. But in a setup like this, we have to create a leaderless organization. Leaderless organization in the sense, everybody becomes a leader. The best quality of that kind of leadership is to coexist with another equally competent person. So this teams within an organization together makes a bigger institution or organizations. So that kind of transformed organizations alone can go and build community partnership. That is very important. So next one, please. This is the one I was saying. So when we work with a community, whether the organizational team, different organizational team can go and work with the community in an empathetic way becomes very, very important. So how to be empathetic with a community has to be the first skill set that we need to impart to the whole organizational team. Listening capacity, understanding community from their perspectives is very important. Normally, when we devise a program, we think that we have done our best and we want to transform the whole thing in a way that we have understood. That doesn't happen with the community. We need to allow the community to speak out. There are many things which we do not know as a professional or as a community worker or a development worker, we may not be knowing. But here is where we need to leverage the traditional and knowledge and wisdom. The way the community has been managing many of the disasters traditionally, we need to know that. Through that, by making them to speak, we can harness their volunteerism. And the next stage would be to institutionalize the community participation. Many other places, the enlightened volunteers remain as an independent group. They have not been institutionalized. So this has to be institutionalized from the bottom up. Empowering the local self-government. When we are going to work with the community, we create a set of new volunteers who are more interested to safeguard their locality and the nearby locality and extend their services. So this has to be embedded with the local self-government. The local self-government also has to become more knowledge about the disasters they are supposed to face and the kind of help they can leverage from the community need to be imparted to them. Whole team, community, organizations need to be taught how they can co-create the disaster resilient communities. See, this may look very arbitrary for someone to hear this, but in my previous assignment in the water management sector, we have worked on the same lines and things have done worked wonderfully well, especially to promote, diversify the crop varieties or promote water saving irrigation methods, etc. So when those things can happen in other sector, in the life saving assignment or engagement in disaster management also, this kind of transformation can take place. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is the ideas which I wanted to share. So through this approach, I think we may not find any challenges in handling the, volunteers, and we can very purposefully and usefully engage them in a continuous way. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vaidyanathan. And I think so we see the various volunteer capacities available. I think there are more than this beyond. There is also the narrow working, and there is the volunteers which come the Red Cross volunteers, and their volunteers again is I think there's beyond the NSS and NCC with the universities, other and their community. This is all about during COVID. Actually, I think one of the questions which also come up in the previous is during COVID we realized the importance of this, right? So during lockdown, the societies we were living in, and RW itself is a volunteer set up there, but RW has got supported by the volunteers from the communities, within the society, came forward to look at the lockdown time, the supply chains are being maintained, the security guards, which the societies have, they played a role. So that's the real effort. That happened when we were all suddenly put in that situation. Right? Talking about resilience ahead and learning ahead is, I think we can be ready from this experience, can we be future ready, right? So that in any situation like this, so we know this kind of volunteer force exists, right? And what can be achieved through that? I think we heard the challenges part of it from Mr. Vaidyanathan. That's also important to understand what are the challenges. So once we know the challenges, I think that's what the next thing can be. What is it that we all can achieve from them, during the disasters, and not just during disaster, but also for the disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation, like we were already discussing these ideas in the previous session. So I think to move the discussion forward, I think Professor Amita Singh has also joined online probably. But to move the discussion forward, in between, let me take a pause, fuel, and two things. I think I can request Nupur, maybe you be ready for the next sharing probably, to bridge the discussion, because we got two speakers, Dr. Sujita, also joining us from the NPA, and Rajesh Kaushik also. Rajesh Kaushik is also district top planner and non-interview planning office again has joined us. So we will be able to synthesize the discussions of urban resilience, which we had in the morning, and the discussion we are having now on the capacity building needs and the volunteers. How these volunteers and the other capacity building we can see it in the context of urban resilience. I think we will have that discussion for the end to synthesize the board. Yeah, sure. So, but before that, I will request Dr. Amita Singh. She's the president of NPDRR, which is a network of universities in South Asia, and is a former professor and the founder of the Center for Disaster Management at JNU. Dr. Amita, over to you. We would like to hear from your perspective. We've had some excellent presentations from NCC, NSS, volunteers, and we like to hear from you. How do you see the academia and the students, we can contribute and organize volunteers for DRR climate change response? Over to you, person.
Yeah, am I visible now? Right. First of all, my apologies today because I should have come a little early, but I have to join online for certain reasons. So, first of all, that's a very important thing that you're talking about academia. And hello to everyone. The issue that has been missing out in the academia, I'll just focus on that because a lot of things are always being said about academia and bringing them into the larger framework of disaster management. There are three things. First is that academia need to know about what is disaster management, number one, because within the academia, there's a lot of division for lack of a proper epistemological understanding of disaster management. What is being done is that there are people from the science stream, environmental management and environmental sciences, earth sciences. These are the people who are always thinking that disaster management belongs to them. The rest of the social sciences is a little hesitant to come forward and strongly say that it is about decision-making processes, because ultimately management is about decision-making processes. Science is always simply a tool. So this is number one. The second problem is that whenever the government creates bodies and task forces, it always selects the science people. Pant Institute of Himalayan Studies, or any other institute from somewhere, civil engineers from IITs. But where are the social scientists, the one who's really talking about decision making and one who simply understands what the politics and economics of decision making is generally kept completely marginalized. So the task forces which they are doing, I was one woman who was part of one task force, so I can speak with a lot of comfort that the third factor is a gender. Women in academia never get a chance to be part of decision-making bodies which really talk about disaster management. And these three factors are eating out on anything that the academia can really contribute substantially and sustainably in the whole art and science of disaster management. So what I suggested to the Home Ministry created task forces and later on NDMA task forces was that you must look into these three processes and simply not jump the gun and reach out to students and tell them, come on, participate. Some disaster needs their support, volunteering is needed, this is needed. This is a very charitable approach, and I've always been quite against this kind of an approach. Now, the very reason for which Mother Teresa was criticized, that you're not striking at the root of hunger, but you are feeding the hungry. So disaster management is exactly facing this problem, that they expect a lot of volunteering, but they do not clean up their own fences. They don't clean up their own compounds to say, yes, they must, the NDMA and the Home Ministry should come boldly forward and say, yes, we need to have faculty from the social sciences, because these are the people who've been analyzing decision-making processes since the beginning of social sciences. You take up anything, from 1750 onwards, Industrial Revolution onwards, it is the social sciences that has been taking care of decision-making processes. Gender, yes, engender the bodies. Today, any man from anywhere can come forward and say, this is what he has discovered, and this will become central to decision-making in disaster management. Who is interested in remote sensing? How much does lightning strike you? Ultimately, it is the boss sitting in a room who has to take a decision where to send the rescue forces. What happened in Kerala floods? The Coast Guards were called in. The Director General Coast Guard, we had very interactive meetings with him. He said, I was called to Kochi and then I was waiting left and right, looking into all the direction. Where do I have to go? And when he did get a chance to order people to go to some place, there were already 3 pre-existing agencies. So the mother-in-law was taken into one rescue home, the daughter-in-law was taken into other rescue home. So all this needs a proper planning, and you have already lost a planning commission. Maybe planning commission could have been revived in a sense that, certain areas of planning could have been focused upon. There are universities which are working on planning. Take them on board. Teachers who are working on this, take them on board, and let's introspect about the problem of decision making. This is what I feel that academia can seriously contribute to a disaster management, provided they even get a chance to be there. And the ones who are there, I've already said, they are civil engineers, they are environmental scientists, they are Himalayan studies people, as if the whole disaster is just that. Disaster is about tunneling through the cities. How many skyscrapers are losing their neighborhood because of tunneling processes in cities like Gurgaon and cities like Delhi? Delhi will be saved because Delhi is a little older city. But Gurgaon will not be saved if there is an earthquake. Faridabad would not be saved if there is an earthquake. The immensity of decision-making, the kind of thoughtlessness that is going in the decision-making processes. Many of us don't like it, but I don't worry very much about who will like and who will dislike. Because the fact is that we don't have enough people who can come up and speak the truth about what is actually happening in disaster management. We like to pluck flowers without actually looking into what the whole garden is going to contribute to the city. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Amita, for being very candidly about it. Disaster management is not just about management and the engineering technology, it's social sciences, it is cross-disciplinary, it is interdisciplinary, it's something which is needed in all curriculum, all studies. And I think our next speaker is going to elaborate more on that also within the respective curriculums, with engineering architecture, our morning session was about urban resilience. We were talking about the problem of cities. And now in the city design and city planning, what's the importance of disaster management and how? So shall we have a quick, because I think we're running grand schedule. So I think in the end you are going to get time to synthesize everything, Rajesh. Yes. Okay. I think okay, let's hold on. We will open it for discussion and questions at the somewhere in between. So moving forward, the poll, are you ready? Because I think we are going to synthesize the ideas about the capacity building, this capacity building, and especially we're looking at the capacity building is available to the volunteers, it is organized or unorganized volunteers. General strategy from UPSC shared in the morning that it's before the this session, speaking that this required to be essentially coordinated to a one structure which is at the NDMA or SDMA level, and then we have heard about the challenges of that also from Tamil Nadu SDMA perspective. Now, recently, put your perspective, if there can be a common minimum training program for all volunteers, from where are they coming up, and how that can be put into place, and maybe what kind of some more ideas I think which could be there in terms of training capacity building which can evolve through volunteers and also address the capacity building needs of various line departments as is another thing evolving from the pre-NPDRR event. So I request Nupur to quickly run us through this presentation and then we will listen to Dr. Sanjukta and Dr. Satyam Mishra synthesizing both the urban resilience perspective as well as the capacity of volunteers.
Thank you, sir. So, while I think some of these things have already been discussed and acted, so I just take everyone through a quick presentation about capacity building for disaster risk management. So, where we try to kind of summarize what has already been discussed and what could be the potential way forward. So, like, what do we mean when we say that capacity building for disaster risk management? We mean that this capacity building initiatives, they involve equipping individuals, organizations, and communities with the knowledge, skills, and resources that are necessary to mitigate the impacts of natural disaster and at the same time adapt to changing environmental conditions, especially pertaining to the climate change. So this whole process, it will empower individuals as well as communities to be proactive and resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. So why do we need build on these or rather scale these initiatives? So one critical point is increasing frequency and intensity of disasters. As it is increasing very rapidly, building capacity for disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation helps communities prepare for and respond for these events. There's also marginalized groups which are more vulnerable and more susceptible to these disaster incidents. Also, there are limited economic resources, so capacity building initiatives provide the technical assistance for training and financial resources necessary for disaster risk reduction. So while there have been certain allocations made for disaster risk reduction, there is a significant need of training and capacity building of the relevant stakeholders who will be operationalizing or implementing those funds in form of projects. Then if we talk about economic impacts, building capacity for disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation can reduce the economic losses and increase resilience. As Pransh sir had also shared in the first half related, like while we have significantly reduced the number of lives lost to disaster, the economic impact is still huge, and we need to address that. And so, how we can do that? Some of these things have already been discussed. Training and education is one way to do it. Then workshop and simulations and disaster situations. We can achieve a lot through networking and collaboration between multiple stakeholders, be it government, CSOs, or academia, and also community-based approaches, especially to empower communities to take ownership of their safety and resilience. And innovation and technology, we can utilize various technologies such as GIS mapping, remote sensing, various mobile applications that are available to build the capacities from the ground up. Now, based on what we have discussed, what Jill Sahi also shared, and based on the discussions and the vision that we have, this is the strategy that we have envisioned for 2025, and it will reflect there shortly. So, can you start the slide I lost?
Group of two, yeah, group of two people.
Can you go to the outside?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
HR manager, how
नहीं,
many?
नहीं, तो
30 seconds. Yeah.
So this is the strategy or the vision that we have for 2025. So we see that we envision that 1.5 crore volunteers or community people are trained with the basic knowledge on disaster risk management, where they are able to identify the risks within their areas and come up with the appropriate response mechanism. So while 1.5 crore may seem a huge number looking at that current after Mitra force is very small percentage of it, but as we discussed, Colonel Hari and Karsar also discussed that the number is something that we already have. Now what we need to do is bring these numbers together and train them on a standardized or a uniform model that can also be contextualized for their specific geographies and their specific community. So this is not something that we cannot do. We just need to have mechanisms and strategy in place to standardize or bring this volunteer workforce together. So what we envision is that we build the capacity, we see a small percentage of it. Like for example, 10,000 of these trained volunteers, they are involved in various thematic or advanced courses on disaster risk management, and thousands of those go for higher education for master's degree in the subject, and 100 of them pursue PhD level of education within the subject. So that is the bottom-up strategy that or cascading capacity building strategy that we have for 2025. Now, just coming to the session that we have during the first half, where we discussed about urban resilience, we discussed about various policies or governance level interventions that can enable or supplement urban resilience, and then we also discussed about some micro planning aspects of it involving the local communities. So when we talk about capacity building of for urban resilience, what we want is that there are capacity building interventions that enable local governments, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders, including the community, to identify and address the complex and interrelated challenges that are there in the city, and also build the capacities of individuals and organizations. By building these capacities, cities can create a sustainable and resilient urban ecosystem that is equipped to manage risk, respond to emergency, and also recover from shocks and stress. So, how we do that? One is we can have certain interventions at academic level, and then our policy and implementation level. So, our next three speakers will largely be covering these two topics, whereas Dr. Sanjukta will be sharing about academic level along with Professor Satya, and Rajesh Kaushik sir will be talking about how we can have these strategies at policy and implementation level. So I will hand it over back to Trans to take the discussion.
Thank you so much, Nupur. Now I think it's all which we have discussed so far in the morning and session as well as this session. This figure of 1.5 crore, which Nupur is saying, is we're going to be at, let's look at 1% of the population at least know where they live and what's the risk there. Right? I think it's a very, very basic level of knowledge and awareness which need to be there. And as Nupur said, 1% of the population, 1.5 crore. It looks huge number, but what we saw from our presentations, Colonel Hari, 40 lakh, CC, 66 lakh, there's alumni, which is more than that, and 40 lakhs, and we heard NSS. And then we have not yet taken into account, how much is the annual work in, how much is the civil defense, how much the Red Cross, how much of an axial technology volunteers, and thousands of such scouts and guides, and of course the universities. Yeah, we are hearing. I think this figure, that's where the figure of 1.5 crore otherwise looks huge, but looks achievable also, especially what we've learned in COVID through digital media and at the various levels of it. I think the first level of capacity building can be achieved quickly also. And then we can raise our aspiration and bar to meet these Sunday framework targets for 2030. That how much we need to be there, how much, when is the time when we see that we become a culture like Japan. Everybody is born with that kind of culture that they know where they live and what the risk there. So that's the kind of capacity building we need to move forward to. Along with that, we discuss about the within the various line departments, but I think can be more centered around urban planning now. Since our next two speakers are going to be there, which we have discussed in detail in the morning half also. So the challenges we are looking at the capacity building in the urban planning itself, the urban scenario itself, to be clear that how we can move forward with technical capacity building needs for the DRR climate change integration in the urban planning from Dr. Gupta as well as from Rajesh. But before that, I'll go to Professor Dr. Satya Mishra. So you can see the entire context, the capacity building we discussed, we see the NCP and SS. We need to figure out that how, of course, our academic institutions are needed to exercise, right? But then our larger, the entire program, in fact, is challenging Professor Amita Singh shared that the perception within the academic institution that disaster management is a geology or remote sensing subject, or somebody will see it's a civil engineering subject. How do we see that the cross-curricular, interdisciplinary? Everybody need to go about that. And then if all our youth who's coming to universities and academic institutions get trained on minimum district playground. So how do we see that? I think we'll really like to hear from you, apart from what you think about the role which academia can play into it. But how do you see that we can cover the entire youth which get enrolled in the academic courses, mandatory minimum program on disaster management, which we do. Our views.
I partially agree with Ma'am. Whatever she is saying, it's right. The technocrats, they have a kind of majority disaster management, also the gender ratio is skewed. But the things are changing. I think it has, from the beginning, that technocrats had an upper hand. So it will, I think, change with time and awareness, the social sciences, because the discipline itself is evolving. So I think with time, there will be a scenario of equal representation, and new things are coming, like like I said, told about the army. The scenario is changing there as well. So the same way, better representation will appear on in the field of disaster management as well. If we talk about curriculum, so I don't have much idea about the MSc in disaster management and all. But what I did is a D paper that is that any student can opt for. So there we see a kind of balanced ratio, technological knowledge provided to the student, because it's for students those are studying English literature, or botany, means all students are there. So that syllabus, it is, I think, much more balanced. There is a good share of social sciences as well. That how we manage, things in disaster, during the disaster, post disaster. So there has kind of enough representation from social sciences, but I think at the higher, at the level of higher authorities or decision-making bodies, the case is like Ma'am said. So the politicians, the decision makers, they mostly listen to technocrats. Most of the funding goes to IITs and all. Like if there is some study to be done on flooding in Bihar, So the government will seek, guidance or the consultancy, somebody from civil engineering department from IIT or somebody who is from technological research. So that is the thing, because government they itself and there might be some kind of political economy behind that. We see with many other things as well. Like the money government is spending on infrastructure is way beyond it is spending on it is giving to Ministry of Education. So we can see it there too. So that's completed.
That's good. I think that point well taken and understood also that it's more cross-sectoral and there need to be more representation from social sector, social infrastructure, also need to be given importance to the gender role to it. And in the NPDRR session planning, in fact, there has been sessions, key events planned, more focusing on social sector. Also, yesterday the session was on shock responses, social protection. There was also women-led DRR session. As you are rightly saying, that things are also evolving in that direction, but I would like to take the discourse towards engaging now beyond NCC, NSS, engaging the larger youth, which enrolls in academic institutions. With a minimum basic awareness, basic training module, which should be there, which can holistically cover all aspects. So, do you think an academic institution like yours will be ready for taking that kind of program ahead, that every student takes at least maybe a self-paced online program or maybe a digital program of minimum 2 to 3 hours, as mandatory. So I'd like to take a discourse towards that. I think, and what do you think, your views onto it from an academic institution you are coming from, and then your recommendations for others, including NPDRR.
So I have a short PPT on that. So
yes, sure. Yeah.
Yes, I can tell that what we are doing is right for this college.
Right.
So
simply you can put on a PPT.
So I'm going to talk about what is the role of academic institutions, especially the academic institution which I belong to, the Trade Policy College of University of Delhi. There we have so there we have so first I would like to tell that there are two guiding lighthouses. One is from the Central framework itself, the priority one, that says that so it says that the first priority should be understanding the disaster risk. Means researching disaster, spreading awareness about the disaster, and to know about the do's and don'ts in between and after the disaster. Then I have kind of attempted to relate the 3 points given by Honorable Prime Minister out of his 10 points agenda. So I could relate to the point 6 that says develop a network of universities to work on disaster. So he says that it will be helpful to develop a network of universities and academic institutions to study the disaster related aspects as part of this network. Different universities would specialize in multidisciplinary research on disaster issues most relevant to them. So here also we see the term used multidisciplinary. So the further representation will come hopefully. Next slide. Then there is the 8th point that says build on local capacity and initiative to enhance disaster risk reduction. So it means that we have to we just need not to focus on the previous some institutions of national importance like University of Delhi, IIT. Rather than we need to reach to the ground. Echo. Hello. Yeah. So we need to move downwards. So basically we need a bottom up approach from support, all kind of necessary support from the top. Then there is one more point I could get to. That is the ninth point from this 10-point agenda. Make use of every opportunity to learn from disaster, and to achieve that, there must be studies on the lessons after it. So obviously it's not possible. There are all kinds of disaster at all stages. Like there are disaster goes out of hand from district administration, they are handed over to state, whereas the SDMA. Then if they goes out of hand, state authorities, the army or the national authorities are informed and they are called for help. So we have a multi-layered approach, and I think we should involve the academic institutions accordingly. So first, I'll tell that what we are doing at Shahid Bhagat Singh College, because we have a center for disaster management studies there, and it was set up in 2018. So it was set up in. So this is about the role of academia, that what we do. We should research about the disaster, that is called creation of knowledge. Then we should consult the authorities, sharing the knowledge of wisdom. Then awareness part, that is making the stakeholders aware about this kind of disaster. And then there is capacity building, enabling the stakeholders to face the challenges created by disaster. So I'll briefly introduce CGMS. It was set up in 2018 under UG's University Commission's plan to establish study centers and departments in universities and colleges. And Shahid Bhagat Singh College was the first among all the University of Delhi colleges to take up the initiative and set up such this kind of dedicated center. So the focus of this center is to create awareness among students, faculty members, as well as general public. We aim to bridge the gap between research and its effective implementation of them. So this is the aim of this center. So broadly, there are two types of activities we do at CDMS. The first is academic activity, that is for faculty members and students. And students for online programs, students from all over India, even sometimes people from abroad, they also participate in activities organized by and also the faculty members. So this includes seminar, conferences, and faculty development programs, and to engage the young audience, sometimes in collaboration with NIDM, we also organize short-term courses. Those are basically designed by NIDM, and we host it as a facilitator. So also the quiz competition, essay writing, debates, and the students for online competition, the students across country, they participate in it. And for offline event, the students from NCR area, they go to college and participate in events. Then there are awareness and training programs. So this program is for general masses, including obviously the faculty members and students. So we organize 5 drills. A few days back, we organized the demonstration by NDRF team. So they demonstrated how they use tools and the technologies and all kinds of gadgets they have. They also trained us about the do's and don'ts during the disaster, what to do and what to do. All kinds of demonstrations were done, and the faculty members, students, and also the general public who were interested, they participated in it. Apart from this, we also organized, rallies to, we go to the slums and tell people about different kinds of safety measures during disaster. So, so this is what we do with our limited courses. We have a new department because we don't have, specialized faculty for that. We have the teachers and professors who have done some kind of, courses in disaster-related teams. So we run it with the faculties from our own college. With limited resources, I think college provides some fund for it. I have no idea if we have some dedicated funds coming from UC or from NIDM. So I am not really sure about that. So then there are some suggestions. What could whatever I could figure out, on my own. So one thing I could relate that the vice chairman of PSDM said that we need approach that, PhD, primary to PhD approach. So we kind of, we need a model from, and in that model, the resources, they flow from top down, and also the experiences, and then we try to enable the capacities of at local level. So if we enable, schools, we have, millions of schools in our country, and if we enable them, I think the capacity building of 1.5 crore people will take no time. It will be a 6 month job. So we need to kind of follow that approach where the expertise, the resources, it should, from NIDM, it should go to central universities or the institutes of lesser importance, IITs and all. The central universities, they can do the research, they can, share the knowledge and information with NIDM. NIDM can facilitate the dissemination of information at its own level to the central university, the state universities, also the central universities in the remote areas, or those are the newly established ones. So they can share it with central state universities and state institutions, and then state universities, they can facilitate the knowledge dissemination to the degree colleges. We have thousands of degree colleges, in like in UP, Bihar, thousands of degree colleges mostly at block levels. So they can be a host for capacity building programs, for awareness campaigns that could reach to, at village level, local Nagar Panchayat level or to village level. So, and then from there, the degree colleges itself or the respective education departments, they can take it to the schools, primary schools or to the, schools, high schools or into the colleges and all. So this is the framework I think we should follow. I'm not sure there might be this approach already existing. I have no idea about that. But I thought that this could work. We have a growth pool theory in geography or economic geography, geography. So that this thing, it follows the same model where we have a center and things spreads to the periphery from that. So next please. Yes, sir. So these are, I think, some suggestions that I have already shared. The financial support and training by institutions, then connect between research and its implementation as well as the spread of public awareness, and efficient coordination among institutions under the.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Michael. Yeah. So, great questions. And there can be multi approaches. The very excellent approach. There's also what we see NCC and NSF and other youth directly getting trained, and they're directly training communities. So multiple approaches simultaneously.
In our college, we also collaborate with NCC. We have one of the best NCC units in technology. So in NCC and NSS units, whenever we run any kind of awareness campaign, we involve them. So the message it reaches to the wider audience.
So I think the question and remain is how all this effort can be centrally coordinated at one place, what General Sagi was saying, and then this trained aware, organized force which should come under one common training program, can be leveraged by authorities at various levels. So that's a recommendation, and that's a structure probably we could be taking forward. DRR for this. Now coming to the second part of our discussion here is we're synthesizing the morning session on urban resilience and the entire discussion we have on capacity building together. Also, I'm bringing in my experience from the similar workshop which has happened in the Assam, and morning we heard the Assam SDNS CEO Sri and also General Sagi speaking about the UP SDNA. Now we discussed about how the various line departments. There's been provision made by under state framework, the police and day. Home Minister made the announcement about that this amount of funds can be utilized for DRR activities. All that have remained unutilized. And there is very little awareness the line departments about availability of staff. And when we try to understand the reasons for that, one is lack of knowledge. Firstly, that it exists. Secondly, they know also the lack of know how to do it. So that's also the capacity building issue, which is larger capacity building than the basic or disaster management, which we're trying to look at for current years. So I think we have move forward some recommendations for that also, and for to study that and understand that. Let's narrow down the focus, not all like maybe to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs or the urban resilience. There's a morning discussion here. We have two very right next speakers to put that perspective onto it. What kind of lack of know-how is there that we have not been able to utilize it existing. And interestingly, there are more coming in the financial commission. Right. So if we have not been able to make the use of existing ones, we have clearly there's no lack of financial commitment on the government side. Right. But how to make use of these provisions and what kind of doing is needed. Right. Now for that, first of all, I will request Dr. Sita Bhaduri to share her perspective. Maybe apart from speaking with the provision of others, also a question which is very forward to the debate is that what kind of capacity building is needed across the levels. In the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, its various departments. I think we have in the morning dealt with the presentation from Urban Affairs, and also we have had a presentation from Town and Country Planning Office, and I think we have a very experienced. Our separate experience person who has worked in humanitarian organizations, community organizations, and now working with Town and Country Planning Office, Rajesh Kaushik, to take the discourse ahead also. So over to you, Dr. Sanjukta. What's your words for us?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I would start from where we have to how to do it. In fact, what capacity are we debating? Capacity are at various levels. It is that what is to be done, we all know, and there is a target. There are targets which have to be matched, which have to be achieved. But then how? What is the process? How are we going to achieve? If what we achieve at the city level, can we do it at the sub-city level? Can we do it at the neighborhood level? Can we do it at the village level? So there are various levels that we require. There are various, so when we train, when in our curriculum, in our work, in our research, when we do doctoral research, but then we also work, for example, with other fields. There are things, so cities are done, cities are moved, negative. You cannot really put things in one ball. There are urban, for example, in Delhi, there are urban, each of them have to be taken separately. So, do we really have the capacity? How do we handle it? Do we have a trade policy for handling all that? I don't think so, because the policy has to now vary, because the context vary. So the policies, and from the policy, how do we take our plans? Are we going to do a planning for these areas? And then, and as I said, from the city level to the zonal level, community level. Now, in such cases, how do we handle them? Who are the people? How do we improve their capacity? So from the policies, then what sort of plans we develop? We should develop, because we are now all talking about public planning. We heard the PM talking about public planning and how important it is, and how it has always been important, but today the importance has been of our planning that yes, we have to wake up and we have to be. So when we talk of this, then for the plans we come to the, when we arrive after all, when we implement the plans of projects. So our whatever project country we have projects going on, various projects, shelter, transport, various other infrastructure projects. Are they really? Are they really? I mean, what sort of the indicators? How do they guide? I mean, can we really say we have internalized? We have mainstreamed our disaster reduction components within our all these projects. So that means the impact of the project will be much less. But generally, they do not do that. So therefore, in fact, in our cities, we have a master plan within different cities. We have master plan. So master plans are made to guide the development of the city. We all know that. We also have the disaster plan, which is also a law. So then, but is there any connect? So how do we really synergize? So this is all. And how do we synergize? And how do we come in conflicts, synergize and apply it? And today, application of knowledge is much more. If we have to meet all the activities, we theory is where do we process of when we say DPR, definitely DPR. So first DPR, can we say we climate we have climate budget or disaster. So what sort of capacities are required for the people who are what should the professionals need to know in order to do this? So how do we forward? So what sort of disaster rather not but disaster we have internalized so that problems so we have anticipated and we have prepared for it. So making the city prepared. If we have to have policies, plans, projects, then what sort of assessments we need to do? If I could assess the data, then how do I assess my data situation? Do we really have data? Many places we find that if we want to analyze something, a vulnerability after another one, that we have to do. Can we do a micromanagement? Or there is such a complex and we all know that cities like we are but really can we do a micromanagement? What data we have for micromanagement? So we also have to maybe more time. Today we are also big data applications. Big data application is disaster reduction. So how do we really apply? We all know that data is always there. The vulnerability. This also we know that vulnerability and hazards can reduce the capacity. Because ultimate goal is this capacity to reduce the vulnerability and hazard. But from the planning perspective, I'm going to explain that have we ever hazard and ever done a hazard? And does our development control regulations talk about or internalize that how what standards at various levels we need to adapt. It is not a problem at that okay, so this that has to be done. And multi-perspective, sectoral, multi-levels, then only we can bring in the change. We can from this to resilience that predict from this to
Thank you so much, ma'am. That's what I think we look at it at various levels and very context specific. I think you brought a very factor issues, and I take that to Rajesh. Rather than I put the more than two debates to Rajesh. I know he's the best person to lead today. One is Rajesh. This the data we came about, the technocrats leading it, and the social sector part in this. So why I see your best person is I know he's a technocrat, right? But the best part is his work with social organization. Most of his work I have known through that. So that's where I think we have a good marriage of technocrat. I mean, working with social sector. So that's part. And second part is Rajesh. Is I think I put a more focused question. Second part is for this. I think not even the Ministry of Housing. That's what your department. What is it can be done to so that we see the proper utilization of flexible, right? And at various levels, right? But Dr. Sutra is saying about. And if there's any other contribution is being made, that happens. While what Dr. Sutra said about it, there is right? And there's master plan. And how do we see the two that can converge and whatever the action tools are being taken, right? What capacities are needed at various levels to achieve best results from that?
Thank you, Vikram, for inviting me for this workshop. It's a good learning for me to back the result of the system again after 20 years. Then I joined after working in the class for 4 years. And I can say, I worked with academics. I started with Sajukta Madam, and before that, started disaster management with an SPA, an executive subject, and then working with the non-profit sector organizations, working at the ground, and then what are the actual learning can be done through research organizations. Work with Oxfam, working at the ground, where we were doing various teaching programs together with, and how to sphere standards, especially the relief. Nobody talks about relief. Nobody talks about we talk about EM cycle, pre-disaster, during-disaster, post-disaster. We always talk about the pre-disaster. We never talk about what are the minimum standards for water, food, and shelter, how much area is required for a person. एक मिनिमम जो बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है क्या वो फुलफिल होती है इमरजेंसी के बाद हमारा क्या हमारे बजट शेल्टर में सिचुएशन क्या प्री आइडेंटिफाई कहाँ पे लोकेटेड है हाउ दे सेव स्पेशली फॉर लुकिंग फॉर वुमेन most vulnerable I can say definitely able to. So how we are tackle them emergencies and how उनको हम कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं उनका अवेयरनेस कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं उनको कैसे सेव कर सकते हैं वो भी ठीक सेव कर तो काफी अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशन दिए the first presentation like how the geography department they are doing great job using awareness and especially the presentation made by Nupur for focusing on 3 different points which are very much important like training and education, that's wonderful, which we are already doing from, I can say, 1996. The first center was established by that time, Minister of Agriculture was there, was the nodal department. They established Center for Disaster Management, various CTIs, and Ministry of Training Institutes. And there I also worked as a disaster management for 3 years in Rajasthan government. And we were also teaching the same, we were also organizing various training programs, which have helped to understand what we mean by disaster management. Nobody knows it. So it was a good start by the government of India after the super cyclone, and then Gujarat earthquake happened, the entire scenario, and that again a learning point for all of us how we have to respond. Because being on the ground, I can say, on 27th January I was in Hyderabad, and on 29th January I was in Bhuj to look at, and what Madam was saying was quite right. How we have to respond, where we have to go, we can go. Nobody knows. But the learning from, I can say, Gujarat turns into the tsunami. We have learned from tsunami, we learned from Gujarat earthquake, we learned from super cyclone in Orissa, and then like when we were responding to tsunamis in Andaman Nicobar Island, we learned how to do that, and especially various organizations working with the private sector people, they also supported the government. Like people were coming from different islands. I was there in Andaman Nicobar Islands and supporting the district administration where people should go. Identified various schools and then they created the wash infrastructure in the school, and then we were giving them the toiletries and everything so that people can come and then stay there. We provided the tent houses. So that type of arrangement is also like something goes happen, especially in the urban areas. Floods is happening most of the towns, like looking at Gujarat, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata. You can look any city and then you find this, especially in the month of July or August, the city is photograph which you see in the background is also one of the important area that half of the like 3 feet water is there. And this happened in most of the area. When you look at the master plan and DRR, looking at the DMX, we have already looking into the land suitability analysis when we do that. There is a requirement to have to understand which area is basically flood prone, which area is having more earthquake risk, or where which type of buildings are there, already there, existing building, what type of slope is there, where we should propose the sewage treatment, where the storm line should go. It should not be the opposite direction, the high slopes, low slope. Both high slope की तरफ जाए, then you have to pump the water. It's entire planning phase. So like when you look at the entire planning process, the pre-disaster, when you're making a master plan, you need to have the land suitability analysis, which area is suitable for urban growth, which area is not suitable for urban growth, and the area which is not suitable for residential purpose, that area can be utilized for what other purpose? Maybe open spaces, it can be used for recreational purposes, it can be used for the water, industrial water, or you can say the blue infrastructure, which is very important. You can create lakes so that if something goes wrong, the water will go directly. The town is safe from this. Ponds we have upgraded the villages. You can find everywhere, every village, urban region, we have 2-3 ponds in every village. The entire slope, I can say the watershed is basically linked with that pond. So the water, the extra water will come to that pond, and that can be utilized for either for the agriculture purpose or either for the livestock purpose. People, मेरे गांव की बात करता हूँ, मेरे गांव में जो तालाब था, लोग कपड़े नहीं धोने देते, they were using it for, you don't go and bathe there. तालाब के चारों तरफ लोगों के वो होते थे, वहां पे नहाने का जगह होती थी, वहां पे साबुन यूज नहीं करना। आजकल सर का सर पैसा उसके। तो कल्चर की जो बात है, वैल्यू we forget. जब से पाइप वाटर आया है, we forget about the value. Now we got 140 liter. We talk about the amount requirement. We made the different standards. Requirement is our standard नहीं है पानी आना चाहिए. पानी कितना जा रहा है कैसे मिलता है. Next to pani is a big issue in future. I can say and use of wastewater again. We have use wastewater. We like in Gurgaon we are using wastewater for secondary purposes like the dual pipe systems. Especially the group housing colonies, that is used again for production and for horticulture purposes. So how to use the wastewater. Again, another important area is basically the looking at the training and capacity. When you make the master plan, we have to look into controls, we have to look into the wind direction. The Bhopal stage happens. The main reason behind that might be knowing all about that rather than where the industry area should be planned. What is the wind direction? What is the permanent wind direction? We must look at when we are making master. So we, especially, I'm talking about my department. We have all the master plans for the cities. We basically create controlled areas around the towns. It may be like where the FLR development is basically taking place. We declare controlled area and then make a plan so that the plan development should be there. Mainly the only state where you can find a huge every month we like there's target for about 6 to 8 demolition programs for every district plan that they have to conduct. and looking into where the illegal coal migration is going on, they basically demolish. You never find anything illegal to be demolished. We can find in Haryana, you can find demolitions, regular demolitions for illegal construction. Another important aspect is the public-private partnership in urban development. In Haryana, we have the Haryana शहरी विकास प्राधिकरण क्योंकि अर्बन डेवलपमेंट में सरकारी एक एजेंसी है जो डेवलपमेंट करती है. Secondly, we have the private developers. We have the Act, Act of 1975, which basically help the private to basically more on PPP model. It was started in 1975 versus that time, that we should go about the entire urban development through private mode. And that's why you can find now that's what you can use. Urbanization is going on through the private developers, and the quality of urban development as compared with like HSVP, and we have the specialization agencies like HSVP and take with the entire infrastructure network and basically like constructing the all infrastructure of the town. We collect the EDC called Infrastructure Development Fund from the private developers, which is basically collected from the locals. और उसके लिए 1200-1400 रुपये पर स्क्वायर से EDC चार्ज लिया जाता है जिससे कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड हो. इंडिया के जितने टाउन्स देखने सबसे बड़ा इशू ये है कि पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ बहुत स्पीड से हो रही है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लेट डाउन है, स्टॉर्म वाटर की बात, स्टॉर्म वाटर लाइन्स ही नहीं है, पॉपुलेशन कैसे बढ़ने की बात करो. Old Delhi was planned for 40,000. Now how many people are staying? More than 40 lakhs. Similarly, like older parts of the towns, they were planned, like they were not planned, but they are now 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. आने तो नहीं आएंगे ना 7 million. There was no plan at that time. It was not planned. जितने भी हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होता है वो उस सबसे प्लान उसको रिप्लेस नहीं किया गया अकॉर्डिंग टू. Okay, you have to look at the demand of the water, especially similarly for and similarly for the other facilities. वो सब चीजें basic requirement ही पूरी नहीं होती. We never talk about future में.
I thank you so much for bringing the issues and also I think how it's been done. That's very helpful. I think if you can also tell, what are your secret capacity gaps? And how can that be done? So that we have complete recommendation now for the NPDRR. Since time is also so we have clear recommendation within the town and country planning office at various levels, as Dr. Gupta is saying, and what are the capacity building gaps and how we can achieve that.
When you look at the city level things, like you see my parent rightly said, there are complex, like when you look at the small town and look at the metropolitan. There's a big coordination among the various agencies itself is a big challenge. Delhi, you have the migratory 40 agencies. Gurgaon, we have the agencies for same issue. We have the GMDA, we have the MCG, we have the government department, SIDC, or we have the similarly with different agencies who do work, especially the work distribution of work specific in which area who will do. So that is one of the important areas. Second thing is the need assessment, training need assessments. That is one of the important areas where we have to look at all stakeholders. It's not only the town planners. Town planners make the plan, that's fine. Like the next is education. Education is done by the administrators, by civil engineers, and public health engineers, and architects, and so like every person, the people who are working at the ground level, peasants, the supervisors, and these people are also very much important. How we are focusing on. Are they trained enough to construct a house, safe house? Are we have message trained them very much which is to be added. We were discussing 5 minutes before, and that what is going on in India and what is going on in Europe or any other country. हम क्या करते हैं रोड बना देते हैं, रोड के ऊपर क्या करते हैं लेयर पे लेयर चढ़ाना चल जाता है. हमारे घर नीचे हो जाते हैं 3 फीट नीचे हो गया घर, आप क्या करेंगे? पानी कहाँ जाएगा? रोड पे जाएगा, घरों में जाएगा. बेसिक चीजें ये है कि like when we forget about slopes, we forget about the levels. कहाँ से पानी किस पे लिंक करे? अगर आपकी कॉलोनी का पानी मेन स्ट्रीम में मेन जो आपका स्ट्रीम मेन जो स्ट्रॉन्ग लाइन है उसके अंदर लिंक करेगा, कैसे लिंक करेगा? उसमें पानी कैसे? पर आपके यहाँ So those things are, those levels are very much important.
Thank you, Rajesh. So we look at coordination for different agencies, and we look at the training and assessment, for all stakeholders as the area that in which we also got a recommendation as some. Dr. Sanjukta.
The context where toolkits can be developed, which can be linked up with disaster governance and with the financing of this. So toolkits which can relate to the governance aspect. It's not that we just give the process and we don't say like I'm just extending what you say, that who will do what. So disaster governance linked so that means it has to be a all-round understanding and an approach, a comprehensive approach, that there has to be a process which links up governance and people. So I think that and in fact that everybody is saying what they are doing, but I have not said what I've done. So I have to say that I have an online course on the SWAP platform on urban disaster risk mitigation and climate development. And that has been running for the last 3 years. And there have been the SWAP platform is for anybody at any time of the purpose. So that I have registered and I've seen that study is not only this requirements. And we also have the center for study and we also do many things that we have been doing for the last 10 years, many decades now.
Excellent. Thank you. So we're opening up a discussion, open house. I think we maybe we'll try to close at 5:50. So we have there's another 15 minutes for an open discussion. Sources there is. So we looked at the capacity building, general capacity building at the level to volunteers, right? We look at specifically the urban resilience. We look at synthesis also. So any question? Very brief specific so that we have more people.
There's two suggestions. What the two speakers have mentioned. One, of course, within the capacity building, a complete understanding of what the left hand is doing and what the right hand is doing. That entire process of governance, and preferably whoever is doing, we should be able to video record it in that local context. If you're doing the planning, then we record you so that people outside your planning process understand what you're doing. I think that is very, very important and it's very doable. The second very important training that we don't seem to give importance is communication. Using smartphones, using social media. All of that can create such a sense of togetherness on this issue. I think if all that.
I think our parliament runs video. I think that was that transparency. Anybody else? Any quick thoughts, suggestions to be made? Yes, Dr. Roy.
Got us that technology and my was on my there are things going on as far as capacity building in the last one to pieces. You have curriculum in college, you have inviting NIBM or NPDRR to do DAG training or the one that seems most top down and like a curriculum per se, is there any? That's the only one that I've heard of. Because I know you do that here as well. And a lot of it is, there's the whole brain. Again, the different kind of not starting from the grassroots and building capacity. So one of the things is just a comment. One of the things is everybody no brain actually part of the curriculum, going from school all the way up and back. But what should be part of the school curriculum? I see, and I'm not going to school in 5th area, and now the environment. There's a little bit of that. Can that be built on year? So we bring it up to the 5th now it's silent, she doesn't have any more that wait on, so that by the time they reach, it becomes a career, which even needs to be the way that
Yeah, I think certainly disaster management profession is also one of the themes being discussed in the NPDRR. And that cadre, separate cadre for disaster management services for the line of IAS and other central services is also being discussed. I think that's the first thing. Yeah. So anybody else? I already mentioned that I am an executor, not a policy. But after listening to this interesting discussion, and I know it is wrong to give points, and everybody wants to break off many forum. But still, what I think Uber has flashed a 1.5 crore is the capacity you are looking at. That's even if it's a figure about 2025. My understanding, whatever I listen, this is a phenomenon. What my understanding doesn't come to every state. So does your strategy? It's my query actually. I'm not suggesting. Does your strategy is giving out that this 1.5 crore actually need for the entire nation abroad? So do you have identified that these are the volunteers who are required only in certain places? So it is prudent and practical to train that many states or that many places which are affected first, and then go on to the other things where, because if you train somebody in MP, there nothing, no disaster I ever heard disaster happening in MP. So why are you wasting your time and energy? That is one thing, so that your numbers come down and it becomes more realistic. That is my understanding. Second thing, what I like, ma'am has to, if it is so important that there should be somebody of the education institute who should be here, and whatever course which I have seen, NDMA or it's on a 12-day capsule actually, in which a person can be easily trained. So why can't it become the part of a curriculum or something such that when a guy comes out of 10 or 12 or when he finishes graduation, he's already qualified in disaster management. So wherever place he is in, whether he has to be in his state or he moves to Kerala or he moves to Andhra or anywhere, disaster company is already qualified. But only challenge I am seeing that the devils are very, he has to be refreshed somewhere. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm a physics graduate. After made me roll, I don't know how much of physics I remember now. So that happens in every curriculum. It's not only disaster. So we should have a long-term policies that we जस्ट दैट कि केरला में भी डिजास्टर आ गया सभी भूल गया उसके बाद देन अच्छा केरला से अब चला गया तो फोकस शिफ्ट टू आसाम सो आर्मी को बुला लो कर देंगे थोड़ा बहुत उसके बाद so with this is if you know the target numbers I think and you know the area I think we should my humble submission is that we should focus on that area first so that enough volunteers are available there like MP or a Mumbai also it comes Chhattisgarh or a okay, sir, place I never heard of disaster and never it is so important. So thank you so much, for sharing very interesting perspectives and your suggestions. I come to see also is I think yeah, we do that prioritize areas that could be the way, but every area if you look at analysis and trends, every area there is a new sort of disasters, and we have not Rajasthan, we have not seen floods. We have started seeing floods there. Yeah, but so climate is affecting, and then it's no more about just the geophysical part. We already discussing about the social part. And there are many issues related when we talk about climate and other goals and also. Maybe I think the approach is, and there are institutions everywhere. While the MPs should, every state institution take care of their own geography and other things. I think NCC. I have a very interesting map you showed about how the outreach was all across the country. Happy with that. Oh, we can have a footprint in all just go there. So there is very good perspective we are getting from it, and I think this very different approaches also will take at multiple levels together also. Moving forward, and forward next before I get back to you, sir, is in the discussion which Rajesh is sharing about need assessment and if we talk about urban resilience itself, right? Rajesh is do you see, you talk about masons, right? Do you see, where do you see, the NCC volunteers in your urban planning part? Right? There's a question I'm parking on your mind. Okay. In at across the levels. Do you see them there? If you see them, where it is, and you can parking to your mind, but I'm opening up enough for sharing your perspective to get back to you. And then coming for many other people who are working the urban resilience part. The question about the topic part is because we register about training this aspect. And then based on training assessment, other curriculum, a common minimum curriculum. So if the common minimum curriculum goes to the NCC one, so where do you see that person can become usable in the urban planning, right? For what and where, knowing that it's a frontier, and we can have some kind of temporal frontier, the challenges which the SDMA, there will be challenges around the area frontiers also. But still, that can be useful capacity because urban planners and the urban people can think about it. We hear from you, sir.
See, as the Dr. Mishra talked about the Center for Disaster Management of Saibal Coaching College. So, if we take disaster management as a discipline, then okay, it is a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary. That is something which came later on. Because just for a second, just imagine that there is nothing like disaster management. And in case seismic activity, earthquake, just right now takes place, then earthquake is not going to affect by making some sort of a distinction like you people are from STA, you people are from Jamia, you people are from DU. So I'm going to hit only the STA ones and not the Jamia. Nothing like, okay, fine. So if now coming back to the discipline or disaster management as a discipline, the major focus which we have acquired in Jamia Millia Islamic in the Center for Disaster Management is that we work for the faculties, we work for the students, and we take capacity building both in vertical layers and horizontal layers. For those, to achieve that particular target, we have a certificate courses for the professionals in evening classes. And for the students, we have PG courses.
So something same like the Sheikh Balaji College of also said.
What I'm trying to say that disaster management is more and more field oriented research.
Right. It's a cross. We have discovered is a interdisciplinary. It's not just disciplinary itself, but it's also interdisciplinary, social sector, management, technology. It goes across all of that. As on the practical,
focus in Jamia.
Sure. So while others can think of the question, and I get back to you, if sure. But if also you can respond to my question also. Well, that should be you. Where do you see NCC volunteers in this entire sort of urban, planning management? If you look at something to be added to their capacity building, so it could be which can help in urban business.
All disciplines, 12 disciplines of skills, school of planning and architecture, different, it's a core course. So in 6 months taught, and then we also have studio. There's something called every city we go and we have lab city, the lab. So we go and we had done one exercise which was a research project and we did the next activity, right, on community-led disaster risk resilience. It is for Mumbai, for Dhara, for those areas which were flooded in 2005. After that, we did it. So we look from the theory, we try to see that how we can apply it for a city level, for this low income communities. So these sort of things are done at various institutes. I mean, I'm very sure we have also this point. So we are doing all that we are doing, and doctoral research also is. Regarding NCC, I have this one.
It can become any volunteers.
Anyone.
Any volunteers.
So maybe there's something called like the basic needs. So we can have basic knowledge. We can divide the whole capacity into basic knowledge or basic what a person should require. They have to perform their role. So then we can figure out okay, this much this they require. And so that we can make that sense. That it's not for that's why I say everything for everything. They are not. Some people require that much knowledge. So for them, very focused knowledge you have to give for. I see that can be part of the and then and then people who are professionals, they will get support. Maybe 6 months course or 3 months course, and then one can. For volunteer, one can, so they can all be on the same page. They know that yes, so knowledge is required for them if they perform the job.
Rajesh, can you share more specific and what you do? You being also an architect and Abhishek, yeah,
Right. An important aspect which you rightly raised is the role of youth, you can say. It may be NCC volunteer, NSS volunteer, scouts and guide, or might be the youth leader, like by the selected by the district level youth board. They have played an important role. They can play an important role. They are also playing an important role in various emergency chats. Yeah. Especially when you look at the disaster management cycle, the risk assessment itself, disaster, they can play an important role where in India, like if I have to make a plan, a chart plan, and then if people are sitting with them from where they are, if they belong to, they can easily tell me the concept area, कितना fit पानी, 3 feet पड़ता है, 4 feet पड़ता है, 6 feet पड़ता है, easily like I can make it plan. कहाँ पे पानी So second important aspect, but like when you look at the emergency response part, youth can play again important organizing, and then who is where? Like when you look at like 400 are there. Out of them, who need more who need more food requirement, who need the cloth requirement, who need the medical assistance. They can easily basically like what the earlier madam said. कि चले गए वहाँ केरला में चले गए लेकिन कहाँ जाना है आगे so that gap can be filled by the youth. They can easily say that कि building के इस corner में there might be family. We have to say like we have to save it from the like जो structure के टूटा हुआ उसके नीचे निकालना है. Similarly for flood, they might go on the third floor. How many people are there somewhere?
So I think we already got some ideas. Abhishek, you want to say something? Then we want to put urban planners and see, I think Nupur has been utilizing a lot of these services. So I think we should get back to our last.
6% of NCC students are only working on disaster management. And you mentioned the 8 categories. So I think you can have another category of sorts that is like CA or D certificate for only for those people who are doing good work in an area, or they can be segregated to disaster, or they can be brought forward to a disaster platform that they are professionally trained for this thing. So NCC can look into and not only NCC, even all the groups can look into a certain number of volunteers turning into a disaster because they will need another set of training required. Apart from that 6%, if you could increase that number, that is good, well and good. You have that senior division, senior wing, you can have super seniors.
Yeah. I think just I'm intervening a lot. I know time is also my mind. This 6% is, I think, the percentage of curriculum disaster management. I see, but Nupur, where you have been utilizing the youth in the range of activities, and where you see the potential with the mapping of NCC, NSS, the numbers we are seeing it.
So, coming from the perspective of urban planning, like since the ma'am said there's a 6-month core subject, so I am a byproduct of that particular subject only. So, if I see the capacity of youth and how we can utilize that, one part is awareness generation. So, that is something which is looking at the changing context, especially if we look at climate change. So, this is something that needs to be calculated at the very grassroots level that this is happening. While there may not be any impact as of now, but there's a chance that you or your lifestyle will be somewhat impacted.
So they become nodal for larger.
Large, yeah.
Okay, next. Where you have been using them so far?
So for as of
your works, yeah.
So as of now, the capacity building, we try to engage them in the awareness generation or other some certain thematic courses that we run or the sessions that we run.
Great. I think area. You tell it again, but maybe additional, where we have been using them, I think is.
I think the most important use we've been engaging youth is about rapid needs assessment that we do whenever postgraduate. They are everywhere present in the even if you're targeting a 24-hour or 48-hour report, they are the first ones to give us that information. So if they are trained on how to do assessments, we're able to quickly get that information. And just adding one more to that in terms of how further we can use them. If they are familiar with certain terminologies or certain, for example, what is a Pakka house, what is a Kacha house? Because when they are going to service, they may have their own interpretation. Just making them familiar with that, and also we can help while number one thing awareness generation, but also connecting people with flagship schemes of government, because all of that also plays an important role in building resilience. That's
So I think in the interest of time, I think this can move forward. We will be getting from the discussion some very solid. But I think from my own experience perspective with this question is there is what Rajesh has said, using the need assessments for disaster. I think we have moved to producing the need assessment, sample-based need assessment for 72 hours. Within 72 hours of the event, we produce the sample-based need assessment. This cannot happen without the youth volunteers only. None of our assessment possible could have been possible without the youth volunteers, right? And Rajesh said they would tell us where to go and all. Areas like this, some additional thing added to them, so we also get to know. Maybe people have a more rich informed discussion, but it's not. I just don't see this for this need assessment. I think damaging of any other research, DRR related, infrastructure development, information collection, bringing information together. The role these youth have played during the COVID time, but we see on the NSS and all, they are not just relief part. I think I see an extensive potential of they becoming the nodals in the communities for data collection, sharing, bringing it in, and also become the change agent in the community. Right? So there is an excellent opportunities ahead in this organized and unorganized volunteer force to bring them together and utilizing them for capacity building. We have seen it more from the context of urban resilience today, because that's the organizations. But this thing goes beyond urban to all other line, all other line districts.
We don't have any issue who talks about the practitioners and the time requirements. So there is no explanation for urban needs. There is a requirement for institutions to urban needs. Look at the Center for Rural Development for quality.
So NIU is going to that's
more research professional.
So we are looking at an institutional gap as a recommendation to take it from here and
but this is so basically looking for gaps and then try to build very specific of the
and also I think our training need assessment can look at not just the curriculums or the stakeholder specific need, but institutional gaps also. What I think Rajesh is about.
Look at for practice for working with the force.
I see that I have figured a lot of thinking, a lot of ideas, and I think it's same with me, and I'm full of that. I'm collating it from a lot of places, but I think I need to respect time for the people. I've already taken 15 minutes over both. I think it's bigger. This is my moment to, bring to an end to this discussion, and thank you. Very useful. I think I personally got benefited a lot, and an institution, collaborative institution we are, definitely we have made big headway from this discussion for the report. I hand it back to Nupur.
Sir, may I request you to present small mementos to the speakers that we have here today? May I request Colonel Hari sir. Professor Sanjukta Bharti. Professor Satyam Mishra. So we can present. Professor Satyam Mishra. History graduate for 60.
Thank you all of you. I think we're just going to be right. I think we started in the morning. It didn't have a realization right to become such a rich and learning session. So I'm handing it over to Sylvia for the final call with this. Actually, there has been 5 nights beginning with Sylvia. You know, it has been actually a one man behind all the organizing. We were occupied with a lot of other organizing. He has handled it alone. Not only this, but many other things. So Sylvia, thank you for that. Thank you. With every time so dear distinguished speaker, on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to each one of you for being a part of this national training event which we are having today. Since morning we covered 4 main themes. On the first round, we covered the capacity building for urban resilience for DRR. We covered the capacity building for DRR. It has been a privilege to have such a type of experts and practitioners gathered together, starting from the Sri Rajendra Singh, member, and named keynote speakers, and all our expert delegates joined us offline and online throughout the day. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to each one of them for their valuable insights and contribution from this area and for helping us in coming out the expected outcome in the best possible manner. I would also like to express my appreciation to the co-organizer, NITM, our supporting partner, Plan India, our Peer India members, and all other partners who have been there as a core support for this. Once again, thank you to all who participated in this event throughout the day. Your passion and commitment to instituting this governance and for ensuring capacity building and ensuring the resilience part of to ensure a good and resilient future is a core for us, and we believe that let us continue to work together towards a more resilient future. So I think it's time for the mic drop. Have a good evening and see you all soon.